Get everything in order here. There we go. Alrighty. Kenshi again. I had been meaning to finish up the last game of Kenshi that we did. We'll finish up. I was about halfway through what I wanted to do with that playthrough. However, a couple mods that I was really excited to try out kind of broke my save really bad. So I decided, hey, let's start a new playthrough with like a completely different premise. So last playthrough we kind of were taking over the border zone area, making that our base of operations, and kind of becoming the military and economic power around here based out of the hub. But I'm thinking for this playthrough specifically that we'll spend a lot more time out on the road, right? Becoming strong and making our fortune. Excuse me. Whew. Spend a lot more time with this character, kind of. With this character and maybe, you know, a few recruits. Beep or bust? See, we'll definitely probably end up with beep, because what I'm thinking with this playthrough is that we'll end up actually building a settlement somewhere. I was thinking either over here somewhere in Bast, maybe if I can find a good spot that has good access to resources, or maybe the upper area of Okran's Valley here. It's a dangerous area, but if you've got enough people with good fighting skills, you can make it work pretty well. And that way I can eventually kind of pick a side between Holy Nation or United Cities and easily launch raids into one or the other's territory and make it out alive and get back to our home base. But that's a ways down the road. First thing, we just need to get on the road. Seek out new places and people to fight. We may end up going north towards Holy Boy territory. Cannibal raids up there are fun. I did do a playthrough, not on stream, but I did a casual playthrough by myself a while back. I think last year. Well, last year, so like 2020, where I built a settlement up right about here. And it was a lot of fun for a while, and then I kind of fucked up with my building, and I had this like infinite cannibal raids coming from the ocean, and it got really buggy and messy. So that was a no-go, unfortunately, but it was a really fun little campaign while it lasted. So I'm thinking maybe if I get really, really brave, I could make a settlement in Darkfinger. It'd be the Finger Bandits. The Fingy Bandits. Ooh. Forgot there's a way station here. Let's see what they got. So we do have a little bit of money to start. But for the most part, for now, we'll be kind of hoarding money to use to get better equipment and stuff like that as we get more skilled. Since I'm gonna stay as a roamer for longer in this playthrough than I did the last one. It's kind of just like a self-limiting thing to make the campaign the fun parts of the campaign last longer before I get into the minutia. Ooh, they got a lot of backpacks and stuff. It might behoove us to carry more medicine. There's a choice place at the north end of the Hidden Valley, but the cannibals are the big threat. How they compare to beak thing attacks. But Hidden Valley. You mean Hidden Forest? I mean, if we're gonna settle anywhere near cannibal territory, they're gonna be my first priority to, you know, disassemble the leadership of. But that's gonna be a ways down the road. All right, let's head on down to Drifter's Last, and then I think we'll turn back north and head up through the swamps into the border zone. Hidden Forest. Yeah, I figured out. Excuse me. I got the coughs a little bit today. Ooh, who are you guys? You just outlaw farmers? Well, Law here, our new protagonist. We've retired Hardrada and Genseric for now, and Law here. Welsh for Longhand. Name of a semi-mythological Welsh king in history. He starts out with some skills. So we're not totally defenseless at the start. So let's see if we can fight one or two of these guys. Yeah, kill him. Kill him. Oh, no, took a hit there. Back up. I don't have great crossbow resistance yet, so I need to make sure to take out the crossbowman first. See if we can micro this to hell. Get a cut in and then back up. Get a cut in, back up. Oh, nope, took a hit. Oh, well. Every fight is valuable experience. Woohoo! Oh, nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. With water, fertility stone, iron, and copper. What are you doing? I look away for 2 seconds. I look away for 2 seconds. They're getting a little confused here, and a lot of them are hobbling. That's good. Give me a little bit of a chance to heal up. Oh, only 3 of you. No match for Cadwallon Law here. I'm bad at Welsh, sorry. I may be good with languages, but Welsh is not one of them, even though I'm like 5% Welsh. We don't talk about that 5%. Like, when H.P. Lovecraft discovered he was not 100% pure Angloid, and that he was like 10% Welsh and had an existential crisis. Welsh is a funny language, but I think it makes for cool character names. Though I wasn't going to go with something as ridiculous as like Llewellyn ap Gruffudd or something like that. Yeah. Get a little too wacky. Cadwallon Law here is a little more simple. Alright, we got one of them down. I'll be taking your crossbow, your money, and your bolts. I need your crossbow, your bolts, and your money. Oof. I normally do a much better Arnold than that. Hold on. Oh wait, never mind. We can do speeches later. There's more farmers to oppress. There's more peasants for me to oppress. But yeah, as is probably, fairly obvious, this is a custom start that I made and tweaked. I am not very good with the Kenshi modding tools. I have a passing familiarity with, you know, how to make a basic game start. Ooh, I'm getting a little beat up here. That's good. That's toughness XP right there. Okay, back up. Back up, patch up. We got crazy good athletic skill and we're wearing speed sandals, so getting a little room to heal. Okay, they've stopped to tend their buddies anyways. Ha, you probably could have downed me, but alas, You cared too much about your friends. And now I will come back and bonk you. Oh. That's the one I already looted. Where'd the other one go? Hello? It just vanished into the fucking ether? Well, okay. Onward to Drifters last, I guess. Onward. Yeah, I guess Northern Hidden Forest would be a good spot. I know there's a couple good spots around the border of Darkfinger and Sinkin, or Darkfinger and Northern Coast. I know Northern Bast here has a couple good spots. And that's kind of a cool location. I like Bast as a location. There's also a good spot I found right, I think it's over here somewhere on the border of the border zone and the swamp that has the border zone kind of terrain. So it's nice and flat and lots of open ground to build on, but it's got higher fertility from being so close to the swamp. That would be nice. And one of the big things is that it's like, I want to be somewhat isolated, but at the same time have good avenues of approach to be able to, like, go out on raids and stuff like that, since eventually I'm going to, like, betray some factions and, you know, do some villainry, right? The year Anno Domini 2022, or Ab Orbe Condita 2776, is the year of the villain, alright? We're out here doing nefarious acts. We're out here villain maxing. We're out here evil maxing. Nothing really I need here. What other shops are there in town here? A mechanical shop, we don't need anything from there. Another general... Why are there two general shops? Ranger shop. I'm looking for, like, a fucking travel shop so I can get one of my overpowered mod backpacks. That would be wonderful. If we could get an overpowered mod backpack. Armor trader. We do have some money. Ooh. Do we want to use a katana class weapon, though? And how much money is it? We don't have the money for it anyways. But getting one of these swords would be fucking rad. Let's see here. Heavy leather, 1621, 80. I hate cut efficiency. 2776? No, okay, so back in Roman times and basically until the mass adoption of Christianity in the Roman Empire, the calendar, or the years, was of the system of ab orbe condita, or from the founding of the city. So it was years since the founding of the city of Rome. So the year 2022 Anno Domini, or Common Era, is the year 2776 in Ab Orbe Condita. So it is technically the year 2776. And there's your fun fact for the day. I would really like armor that isn't going to severely limit my stealth capabilities, since we may have to do some stealthy stuff.
FBI, open up!
We're getting raided. It's the FBI, boys. Hunter OG 001. Thanks for the raid, bro. I don't know you, but thanks. I appreciate it. Either way.
Zardoz is pleased.
Zardoz is pleased. Thank you for the follow, Jimbo. How y'all doing? Let's see. Stealth effect. All of these are going to pretty much limit our stealth. So I think for now we're going to keep with the good old OG dust coat setup. Alright. 16350. the shinobi pants would actually be pretty good. Let's do that. If y'all want to see the mod list, it is a little out of date. Pass it on the rate. Thank you, thank you. Just go ahead and give an exclamation point Kenshi mods. However, I will tell you it's a little out of date. I didn't have time to update it. Unfortunately, because I'm lazy. And after last playthrough we did a few months back on the channel, well, a few months. I think the last time I streamed it was like a month ago. Save got corrupted because I wanted to try out a new mod and it was bull honky. It was a bad mod. It duplicated almost every NPC in the world. I don't know how, because it was just a mod that had something to do with the hub. And yet somehow it duplicated almost every NPC and made the game run like shit. So I took that mod out and I took a few redundant mods out. Realized I had like 4 mods that were all doing the same thing, allowing me to recruit prisoners. So I was like, I don't need all of these. And they're probably causing problems. Here's who we have up here. Who are these miscreants? Drug peddlers. Well, they're powerful. Old Law here is not yet powerful enough to take these boys on by himself. He'd get pummeled, especially in his current state. So I say we move to greener pastures for now. Sounds like you imported? I did not import, actually. I actually looked in the comments for that specific mod that I was running. And apparently, so it was a mod that was trying to allow you to actually take literal control over the hub, so you could actually build new buildings within the hub and stuff like that. And I was like, that would be a really cool premise for a playthrough. So I started that last playthrough with that mod, and then, yeah, of course, me being big dum-dum did not read the comments on the mod, and people were like, warning, this mod after a while may break your saves and like duplicate every NPC in the city. It did that, but it also was duplicating NPCs in other places, like almost every like barkeep NPC there was 2 of. Pretty much every merchant NPC there was 2 of. It was really just wacky and immersion breaking. So as much as I loved where that playthrough was going, because we were having a lot of fun just basically becoming like cartel leaders of the border zone, it was broken and it was lagging really, really bad. So I disabled that mod, just straight up unsubscribed to it on Workshop. And I also disabled, like I said, a few other redundant mods. And condensed a few of the weapons mods, because anyone who uses like the lore-friendly weapons series of mods, they recently, the mod author recently like repackaged all like 6 or 7 lore-friendly weapons mods into one big mod. Stuff like that. Just to cut the mod list down from like 180 some mods down to like, 170. Take it down just a little bit, But anyways, we are going to enter lag zone central soon, unfortunately. It's unavoidable. I want to get to a place where I can get our future Giga Chad here, Law here, and his majestic mustache. Some more fighting experience without just getting bodied by more powerful enemies. So it's going to be a death run through the swamp. Though we could kind of go around the swamp a little bit. Let's do that. Because I hate the swamp. I love the idea of the swamp. Let's put it this way. I like the swamp in this game in theory. Like, oh, you've got rival drug gangs fighting over the hashish trade, right, and all that. That's a really cool idea. But even on my, NASA certified god killing PC, it runs like shit. And a lot of the factions in the swamps, unfortunately, are not very fleshed out. I have tried many a time to do like a dedicated swamper playthrough, and I always lose interest after a while because I hate having to stop and load every 10 seconds of moving through my home zone. And that's saying something because I got this on an M.2 drive. So loading times are who's chasing me? What foul miscreant? Oh, just a regular old red saber? I think we will give this guy a fight. Alright. Hold position. Let him come to you, Law here. Longhand. You should be able to just mollywallop this, I'm not sure if it's a guy anymore. But this red saber should get mollywalloped. Oh, yeah. Old Law here. Stronger than he looks. Swamp people's leg, bad pathing, jumping more. And, yeah, luckily I refuse to play Kenshi without the no blood spider bullshit attack range mod. It is, I think, the most necessary mod in the game. I absolutely refuse to start up a new playthrough or a new mod list without it. It is like literally the first box I tick whenever I'm doing a playthrough is like blood spider attack range nerf mod. Yes. It's up there with 256 recruit limit. Because there's no reason at all why this game should have a recruit, like a total squad member limit of 30. That's insane. It's insanity. It's absolute insanity. Considering I've had like 150 people in a playthrough before and been fine. It's not necessarily as the no ninja run mod. There's a no ninja run mod? I wasn't aware of this. I need it. As comical and amusing as the fucking Naruto run is, I hate it. And don't get me wrong, like, my dad... So, I got a very young introduction to anime, gentlemen. Alright? Very young, because my dad was a fucking turbo weeb. He was a turbo weeb in the 80s. Right? Like, when fucking OG Gundam and Macross and all that shit were new. And fucking Space Pirate Harlock and shit. So I got introduced to, like, the good classics at a young age when it comes to weeb shit. I could never... Because of that, I think... I loved shit like Dragon Ball as a kid. Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. I loved that shit as a kid. But I never could get into Bleach or Naruto or One Piece. I know that One Piece has had like a resurgence in popularity lately. Berserkers! Yeah, we'll just go around. My love for you is like a truck berserker. Would you like some making fuck berserker? Props to anyone who gets that Clerks reference. Use some fucking 80s turbo. Here's the funny thing though. My old man, God rest his soul, because he passed a couple years back, was the person that by looking at them you would never expect they were a turbo weeb. Alright? We're talking like over 6 foot, burly, long hair, biker looking fucking guy, rode a Harley everywhere, and could manhandle 90% of people. He was a tough motherfucker, to put things lightly. But you get him home, he would just especially once streaming services became a thing in the late aughts, early 10s. All that dude would do when he was home all day is watch fucking anime. I always got great recommendations on what to watch though, because with the number of weeb shit cartoons these days, most of the time I don't have the desire or motivation to look through a million of them. Standing in the living room shirtless, watching Fist of the North Star and yelling to the ceiling. Pretty much, except we couldn't have ceiling fans because he was tall. I have the unfortunate curse of being the one man in a family of Scandinavian giants who is under 6 foot. Not by much, right? But when you grow up and your dad is like 6'2", all your uncles are 6'3" plus, your older sister is 6 foot. Being like 5'9", 5'10", you feel like a manlet. It's hilarious. Hilarious looking back on it. I think that's why I married into a family of short people, right? So I feel like a giant. Runtier Varg, yes. I'm the runt of the litter. I got like all the weird. I'm the liquid snake of my family. All right. I got the weird genes. I'm shorter than everyone else. I'm the only one that didn't start going gray before 30 years old. Like my dad was completely gray haired by the time he was like 33, 34, and I'm 32, and I'm still just golden blonde. But I'm the only one that has any baldness. Only one in my entire family has any baldness. And I'm like, wow, I just really rolled the dice on that gene and got fucking snake eyes. It's silliness. Absolute silliness. Let's see. Are we going to have time to do a little resource acquisitions here when we get to Squin, or are we going to have to wait another day? Yeah, I don't think we're going to have time for much resource acquisition here, unfortunately. It's already 4 in the morning. Dude, he just called me a slur. He just called me the F slur, dude. I'm going on Twitter. I'm going on Kenshi Twitter, dude. He's getting that Shek guard is getting canceled, dude. He called me the F slur. Sorry, I have gotten way too much in the habit of doing the Zoomer voice because I mock my coworkers with it on the daily. I'm the worksite bully. All right, and everyone, I love it. They're like, bag check, and I'm like, fuck you. I don't have anything illegal, but I can outrun you. I'm doing it just to flex. Are these Hungy Boys? Hungy Boys, aka training material here. Hello, Hungy Boys. I have snacks for you. And by snacks, I mean you're going to be a snack for the crows. Oh, you really just had to get staggered by the iron club of a fucking Hungy bandit. Are you serious? At least he's getting, like, some dodge XP in here. Alright. Oh, perish, you foul cretins. You foul cretins, perish. Longhand will not be brought down by the Hungy Boys. It is a good education, alright? Because I don't get what it is. It definitely seems to be a generational thing. And I'm not saying this about all Zoomers, of course. Most of my good friends are Zoomers. I have very few friends that are around my age. Most of my friends are, mid-20s. Whereas I'm in my early 30s. And so a lot of them are tough dudes. But it seems like the young ones that are just turning 18, 19, 20... sensitive, man. Very sensitive. Like, I work in a place that is extremely busy, high pace, high stress work environment. And so we're constantly yelling at each other to get shit done. And some of these kids, man, they you yell at them once and they get butthurt for months about it. I'm like, dude, It's a work site. It's nothing personal. I'm just saying, like, hey, dude, we gotta get this shit done. And it may come out as, hey, come on, fuckheads. Let's, drop your cocks and grab your socks and let's fucking get this shit done. Right? But it doesn't, like, I'm not being personally insulting to someone, like, don't take it that way. He's just a little friendly bully. But then again, that's probably just, my old soldier's attitude coming out. This guy wants nothing. Oh, because I broke his fucking arm, that's why. I was like, why do you want nothing to do with this fight? Why are you doing this to me? Because you're poor. We don't like poors around here. We don't like poors. Oh, I'm glad to be back to Kenshi. I've been playing a lot of Old Ring still. And I love that game and I love streaming it, but I think I've been concentrating on it too much. I need to sometimes take a step away from it, play a little Kenshi, play a little RimWorld. Play some other things and to kind of cleanse the old palate. Cleanse the old gaming palate, Give myself a little room to breathe, because I'm trying to not go into New Game Plus without killing, without doing things like killing Millennia and, fighting all the big bads. And it's been stressful. A little bit. Those games and I have the same experience with all the Souls games. That's like, other than Dark Souls 1, because I really didn't think Dark Souls 1 was very hard. I mean, it was because it was the first, most people didn't play Demon Souls back in the day. I did. But Dark Souls 1 was not nearly as hard as 2 and 3, I think. Personal opinion. But Old Ring really doubled down on the, upping the pace of the combat. Which I like. On one hand, it's just I'm not used to it. Because, I should probably just rent a cheap bed while I'm here and heal up. Yeah, there we go. Heal up nice and quick. But there is some bosses that I've been trying to fight in Old Ring that are straight bullshit. The fucking Deathrite Bird in the Giant Zone, in the Snow Zone. That guy's a cunt. Or guy or gal, I don't know. I don't know what the Deathrite Bird identifies as, okay? So don't crucify me. But fuck that bird, dude. Its giant AoE attacks that are damn near unavoidable are making my melee build ass wanna scream. Want to scream. Alright, I say we patrol around a little bit, look for some more hungry boys and dusty boys. And if we don't find any immediately, then we'll go on another adventure. Alright, we'll start. Or maybe we'll preemptively start going to the fog zone. Okay. Just up the ante immediately and just be like, you know what? Fog boys. Alright. The fog boys must die. Though I definitely don't want to solo fog boys. I like having a few less skilled fighters with me as a distraction when I go into the fog zone. One of the mods I am using puts a bounty item in the inventory of every fogman. So they're actually, like, quite profitable to go after. I'm looking for poor people to kill. Are you poor? You look pretty poor. Prepare to die. Oh, there we go. You guys want to fight immediately. What was that attempt at a block? You have 30 melee defense. You should be blocking a lot more than that. If I really wanted to, I could micro the shit out of these fights. But, I really don't want to. I kind of like watching the AI. Why is it fucking auto-saving twice in a row and freezing? That's great. I love it. I kind of like just seeing how they'll handle the fight on their own sometimes. That broad saber weapon is nice, though. I like it. I dig it. Can you dig it? Right, you need to go on the offense. Start dealing some damage to these boys. You're getting chipped away at your legs here. There we go. That's how you handle the Hungy boys. All offense. Yes, yes. That's fine. Taking some damage just means more toughness. We're already at 28 toughness. We started with 20. So, like I said before, Law here starts out a little powerful here, but I was thinking about doing the Holy Sword start, but I was like, do I really want to spend the entire game getting butt fucked by both the Holy Nation and the Uk? Because that leaves pretty much my only potential ally as the Shek, and I know people Kenshi fans stan the Shek Kingdom quite hard, but I've never been that big of a fan. Alright, they don't have a good long-term plan for the future. Right, I don't like how their investments look. I don't like their 401k plan. Alright. TBH, the UC has the best retirement plan. Which is why if I end up siding with one of the big three, it usually ends up being the United Cities, is because they have the best dental plan. It's in the world of Kenshi, it's hard to find an employer with a decent dental plan. But, you know, the UC's got the best one out of the big three. Holy Nation doesn't even have a dental plan. Shek, their dental plan is a big muscly dude with a pair of pliers. Hello, I've been grinding Fogman Princes with like 15 guys. Oh, hello, Tyr. I am also Tyr. Tyr, meet Tyr. Yeah, grinding Fogmen, like, just venturing into the Fog Islands in general is one of my favorite things to do in this game. Probably fighting them, fighting the cannibals, and fighting the fishmen. Stone Golem does have the thickness. I'll get, you know what, I will give you that, alright? She thick, alright? However, she also kind of horny, alright? And that's haram. Not on my Christian Minecraft server. Not on my Christian Minecraft server, dude. That's haram. It's verboten. No horny zone, dude. No horny zone. I say that so anytime at work, Holy Nation are a bunch of zealots. That's true. However, they also, so I said this during my last New Vegas playthrough, where people were like actually legitimately butthurt that I sided with the Legion. And I'll put it this way. Why I don't think Holy Nation are quite the bad guys everybody makes them out to be. I'm not saying they're the good faction, because there are no good factions in Kenshi. There's not a single one. The UC are basically like a slaver empire. Holy Nation is run by a religious maniac. Yeah, everybody is evil in Kenshi, but I think that there are arguments to be made that Holy Nation is not the most evil out of the major factions. I would honestly say that from a like future of the world, if we're talking about a future of the world of Kenshi standpoint, I like to look at it this way. When if I'm evaluating the factions in a game based on a moral standpoint, or a ideological standpoint, or even like a political standpoint, right? I'm gonna say, how would these factions be if the player character did not exist? Right? If the player character did not exist and there was no thought of them interfering, what would the faction relations look like then? Okay? And at that point, unfortunate to say that the Holy Nation kind of has to exist because it's the breadbasket of Kenshi, and that most of the most of the continent of Kenshi, if the Holy Nation actually fell into ruin, like let's say the Shek came from the south, swept through the border zone, and wiped out the Holy Nation, most of the continent of Kenshi would starve to death. Um, yeah, you are technically God in Kenshi. Or you're just controlling, you know. I like to spend most of my time in Kenshi controlling a single character and then just kind of tangentially controlling the other ones. So that way it feels like actually running a party of characters with a main character. But that's just personal playing style. I know some people like to run it like a friggin' RTS. Where the characters do not have a lot of individuality. I'm like, I like to have kind of like a main troop of main characters that all feel fleshed out because they run together in a small party, and then you have like your drone characters that do the work in the background and stuff like that. River raptors, I'm not gonna lie, I would have one as a pet. They look silly. I run like an RTS with numbers to overwhelm the enemy. You know, the quantity can be a quality all in its own in Kenshi. However, I've found that when you're just running quantity, you still definitely need to, if you want to have any long-term sustainability, you still definitely got to give them some skills. Especially like melee defense, or if you're running like a martial arts swarm, you got to really train up their dodge skill. Up to at least like 15, 20. Otherwise, you're just going to lose guys en masse. Like, one swipe, wipe out, 10 fucking guys. Alright. I wanted to check the weapon shop. The weapon shop. Brother, may I please have some weapon? The weapon I started out with is okay, but I would like something a little better. Kaiten number 3 versus Kaiten number 2. That's a marginal improvement. I think early on I'm going to stick to like sabers and katanas. And then later on we'll see if we feel like switching to something else. Yeah, I'm not really liking the shit they've got. I probably should have checked the weapon shop in Squin, because they usually have really good selection. At least with the mod pack I'm using. So I get my guys in Mongrel to grind skills on Fogman. Indeed. King Beep. Hell yeah. Beep having a, even, this is one of the reasons why I have trouble doing like a dedicated Holy Nation playthrough. Because I always want to have Beep as like my ranged guy. I pretty much, for some reason, I always make Beep like a crossbowman. So he doesn't get hurt, because he's such a precious boy. He's such a precious little miscreant. Sly little devil. Sly little handsome devil. That boy. And I also have the throne mod installed, but one thing that bugs me about that mod is for some reason it is impossible to me to actually build like the platform for a throne and then actually build the throne on top of it. So I always just end up just putting a throne on the ground, and it doesn't look as good. I don't know why. It always does that for me, but... Oh, sorry. I required a little quick injection of go juice, or a little quick injection of nicotine. As I always say at work, when I'm going on my break, I require meeting the 3 teens: caffeine, nicotine, and the latrine. Because your boy likes a little bit of caffeine, alright? A few boomer fuels just really gets you through the day, you know. A couple Monster Zero Ultras, which I, crack one and say, yep, Quake was a good game. Then just go about my business. Refuse to elaborate, leaves. Yeah, let's see if we can isolate some of the smaller groups of fog boys and chop them up and get the bounties. Alright. Get us a real good... We already got a real good financial head start. Alright. But I'm thinking I don't want to keep Law here in stealth mode for stealth capable gear for too long. Green Monster is the best one. My personal favorites are the Zero Sugar Watermelon one. That one's pretty good. And just plain old Monster Zero Ultra. Though my favorite energy drink these days is actually Rain. I was a Bang boy for a minute when they had the root beer flavored Bang. Alright, the root beer flavored Bang. Number 15. Root beer flavored Bang. The root beer flavored Bang energy was lit. Okay, and then they stopped making it. I can't find it anywhere. So I switched to Rain. And they've got a lot of good flavors. I really like that one. And especially because I've got a high caffeine tolerance. Even when I take a break from drinking caffeinated beverages for a few weeks, I still have a ridiculous tolerance. I've never had a root beer energy drink. It sounds awesome. Yeah, it was awesome. It was amazing. I loved it. But apparently a lot of other people did not really like it. So it got the kibosh from Bang Energy. Oh, we ended up all the way in Obedience because I wasn't paying attention where I was going. I was like, what is this? They stopped making Mountain Dew Whiteout, and that was... See, they just can't... They can't keep the good shit. It makes us too powerful. Alright. However, I don't drink soda or energy drinks that have real sugar in them anymore. For personal health reasons. And I know people will say, oh, artificial sweeteners are bad for you too. And yeah, they're not great. They're not great for you. However, consuming, hundreds of grams of sugar a day is also really not good. Is way worse. I've seen many a person succumb to the consequences of uncontrolled type 2 diabetes. And therefore I stay very far away from the full sugar soda. It was an adjustment for sure. Somebody that grew up drinking Coca-Cola and Mountain Dew like it was going out of style. It was an adjustment, but now I can't hardly drink like a full sugar soda. I tried having a real sugar Mountain Dew a while back, and like I drank half of one and I felt sick because it's got so much sugar in it. It's ridiculous. 120 grams of sugar a day is the Beatus Highway. Yeah, and one can of Mountain Dew has like 48. So you're already at a third of your sugar for the day. You eat pretty much anything that has sugar in it on top of that, and you're in for the Beatus Road. You're going down the Beatus Highway. I will say, we are probably not going to immediately recruit Beep while we're here. We don't have a place to live yet. Alright, we just got into Mongrel. We're gonna see who's in town, though. We are definitely going to see who's in the bar. Because if my boy Infinite Wing Wang, hard to not eat sugar, almost everything has sugar. Yeah, oh, definitely. I'm not saying that, like, one should just avoid all sugar. Because that's, I believe, unnecessarily restrictive. What I am saying is that if you drink half your allowed sugar for the day in one can of soda, yeah, and then you're gonna have to severely limit yourself. So rather than that, I just eat mostly whatever I want. Though most of what I like is more meaty than sugary. We don't need any more food right now. And no, there's nobody cool here. But I know there's a second bar here, isn't there? Yes, the big bar. Let's see if Wing Wang or Crumble John or somebody like that is here. You don't have to limit yourself quite as much, is what I'm saying. That's why I like the flavored sparkly waters. And Crumble John is here. The old bastard. And Infinite Wing Wang. Yo, we might become stupid powerful. Stupid quick. I hope there will be rideable animals in Kenshi 2. That would be rad. That would be absolutely rad. I think a faster, more efficient form of travel is one of the few things that like Kenshi really lacks. And it would be cool to have like rideable river raptors or something like that. Ride a Garo into battle, that'd be sick, yeah. Dare you engage the might of Infinite Wing Wang? Dare you? What, you want to fight? Infinite Wing Wang is for hire, so hire him. Leap on this rare and valuable opportunity. You must. How much? 100,000 cotton credits. Get 10 Infinite Wing Wangs for that. I'll give you 4,000. Are you mad? You can't just change Infinite Wing Wangs now. So, 5,000? Deal! Infinite Wing Wang is the Giga Chad of this game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Beep stands. I love Beep as well, but he's an adorable boy. You say that, but an average nobody in Kenshi can outrun a horse. True. If you grind athletics for long enough. How tough is... How tough is he? Oh, he watched the entirety of Apocalypse Now. Redux. And didn't fall asleep once. Show stats. Wing Wang. 39 strength, 40 toughness, 40 dex. 40 attack, 39 melee defense. 65 athletics. 64 swimming. His weapon is ass, of course. Fucking salvaged horse chopper, but we'll fix that. Holy shit, I need to recruit him. I am also using the buffed unique recruits mod. Okay, I think a lot of these characters, they have skills. The unique recruits, they have some skills, but not quite to that level. I think the unique... God damn it, Beep. I love you, but not right now, dude. Not right now, my guy. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll come back for you someday, Beep. 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 I can't take you with me right now, Beep. Yes, indeed, Beep. Why are you following me? Beep! I think what I'll probably end up doing, since I'm gonna farm Fogmen for a while, is what buildings actually are for sale here? Okay, we could buy this one for 14,000. Beep is an adorable boy. He is adorable. However, we don't have a ton of use for him right now. I think what I might do is go out with Law here and Infinite Wing Wang. Kill some Fogmen, get some money, and buy a house here in Mongrel as like a base of operations for now. So it's only 14k for that nice big house. We can put some bedrolls down in there, a small research bench. And here's the thing, we could make Beep our research bitch. Alright, and just have him hang out here in Mongrel and do research while the Giga Chads go out and bonk Fogmen into the dildo dimension. Alright? That would I think that's a good plan for now. So Wing Wang and Loch here are going to go crush some skulls. They're going to find some evil little men. Some evil little fogmen. Some fugmen. We're going to find some Finnish people and exterminate them. Beep is the homebody of my playthrough. Fair enough. Fair enough. I mean, he's always worth getting just due to the fact that he's basically free. Right? And he can eat fucking anything. I think I fed him like cannibal teeth for a fucking year at one point during my Northern Coast playthrough. Beep ate nothing but teeth. Or something like that. It was something like that. That was ages ago, so I can't be arsed to remember what I had for breakfast this morning, let alone either way. Right? It's like having a livestock animal around that you can feed them damn near anything. They'll work sun up to sundown, and you can mistreat them all you want. Not that I mistreat lovely, adorable little Beep. I just want to squeeze him. I want to pinch his cheeks and show him pictures of human females. Get him all riled up and then send him at my enemies. With a gun. Local streamer arrested for grooming lost hive drones into committing foul evil acts. I told you boys, 2022, okay, the year ab urbe condita, 2776 is the year of the villain. All right, we're evil this year. That is a lot of fog, man. Can we maybe hold position and attract just, you know what? Actually, we could do. We want to be real shitters about this. Is just start knocking them out and taking their heads. All right, knock them out. This is how much of a Chad Law here is. He can knock them out and then just literally rip their head off and run away. Look at that. Local streamer arrested for grooming a lost hiver in a town of degenerates. Yes. Why, yes, we get up to some tomfoolery. We do a little trolling. Bonk. And then we just, you know, rip his head off. There we go. Wing Wang, you could probably sneak as well. Just saying. Your stealth skill sucks, so you're slow, but... Oh, hello, there's one that's alone. Bonk! These little miscreants. I'm gonna go ahead and take your head. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for contributing to the, Law Here Real Estate Fund. Oh, there's a fog heavy. We can knock this one out even. Alright. Dunk. Excellent, excellent. I forgot that somehow that ends up with 2 items because of mod conflict, so we're just gonna take the 1. I'm not gonna be a total shitter about it. Refuse to use stealth, it's too OP. At this point, I'm just shitting about with it. I'm just having fun. In a minute, I am going to just activate the horde here and let them fight. Because the boys need to gain combat skill more than anything. But yeah, I agree. Stealth can be... You get 1 or 2 good stealth characters and it can be fucking ridiculous. Good. Come for Wing Wang. Come for Wing Wang, stay for Law. This is how they become tough. Ooh, those fog heavies, though, can be a real pain in the ass. Liar's kind of getting the shit beaten out of him. So we may just retreat from this fight. Wing Wang, I need you to loot this guy real quick. And continue the fight. We're just gonna try and rip heads off of the ones we drop as they drop. And then when we sense the writing on the wall that things are starting to go bad, we retreat. Because both these guys have really good athletics. Okay, yep, Law here. Wing Wang. It's time to fall back and patch up. They can't keep up with you for too long. And if all else fails, we can lead them back to Mongrel and let the guards fight them. I prefer straight up fighting, but early game is... I pretty much never use stealth at all in the mid to late game. It's an early game crutch. It is definitely an early game crutch. I do pretty much, even if I'm never going to steal, I pretty much always still, at some point, buy the membership to the Shinobi Thieves. Just for the certain tangential benefits, like having access to a plastic surgeon, and with the mod pack I'm using, they often sell some pretty good shit at the Shinobi traders as well. I agree, they're always a good ally. Speaking of such, we might also, while we're in this area farming Fogmen, we might also get our Shinobi Thieves membership. Our official membership card. Alright, that got us a little bit of moolah, a little bit of money. But we could really use a little bit of rest. So probably, what do the beds at the bars cost here? Only 50. We made enough money, alright, on this trip for the boys to get a little bit of rest. Alright, I don't want... Here's the thing, is that Fogmen, as easy as they are in small groups, have a bad habit of, like, downing one guy in your group and running off with him while you're not looking. And eating him. So, they do make me play a little bit more cautiously. I do want to check real quick, see how we're doing here. The boys are getting some... Okay, yeah, Law here started out with like 30 attack, and he's already up to 40. So we're doing good on strength scaling these motherfuckers up. However, once we have our own house, I am probably definitely going to research... I avoid Death Yard with people in it, because I go over there, yeah. Lots of Fogmen, which is usually if I'm going for the Death Yards... I will bring like 10 fucking people that are all kitted out. Not because they're dangerous, but just so that like nobody actually gets downed. Because if anybody gets downed, they're gonna start fucking eating them before you can even see that they got downed. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay. Law here needs a little bit more time in the oven here, but Wing Wang. Our resident Australian. For some reason, he just strikes me as being Australian. Maybe it's the hairdo. And the fact that he calls himself Infinite Wing Wang. That really seems like an Australian thing to do. For some reason. Here's one thing. I practically never hire mercs in this game. My preference, instead of hiring mercs, is to... ally myself with a faction and then just like rope some of their people into a fight. Like if you get the UC as an ally, you can fucking rope them into so many fights. It's ridiculous. Oops, somebody's getting fucking eaten over here. We're not here to rescue you, but we just know that this means there's Fogmen over here. Oh yeah, somebody's getting munched and crunched. Holy shit! He's really making a fucking racket. Alright, let's see if we can shut him up. You can hear that shit from Mongrel. Quit screaming so loud, we can hear you from Mongrel. Rescue people. I have mods for that. I have mods that if you heal people from a faction, they like you more and stuff like that, and it really makes it more makes it have more sense. I also have a mod that makes it so that like, so for instance, if you decided to settle in UC territory, when you pay the tax man, you get rep with the UC. If you're in Holy Nation territory, you get a little bit of rep with the Holy Nation every time you participate in Prayer Day. Shit like that. It's nice. And little quality of life immersion things that I like. Okay, we need to remember to be removing heads as we go, so that none of them get the fuck up. But I was kind of just letting them go to town here. Okay, it doesn't look like there's any heavies or princes or any heavies or princes or anything like that here. Wang Wang's leg is looking a little fucked up. Remember to take the heads. Wang Wang, how you doing over there? Okay, everybody's doing good. We're getting some valuable experience. Oh, Wang Wang, you are getting fucked up, my guy. He needs a better weapon and better armor. Both of them do, honestly. But for that, we need money. And for money, we gotta kill more Fogmen. So it's gonna be this back and forth cycle for a while where we kill Fogmen, we get the shit beaten out of us, and then we rebound and do it all again to make money, Arthur. We just see, okay, we gotta real quick fucking pick up Wing Wang before they do. Okay, we gotta kill you gotta kill this one specifically. Oh shit. Oh shit. No. We gotta get Wing Wang out. Escape. Patch yourself up real quick. Fuck. They're taking him away somewhere else. Shit. Shit. Well, he was gonna get fucked up. This might be a reload moment, boys. This might be a reload moment. Went into a death yard expecting to eat the Fogman easy. There were 4 princes. Oof. Yeah, it can definitely, things can come back and bite you in the ass real quick in this game, especially in the Fog Islands. I'm playing too cocky. This is the problem. Getting too cocky. Okay, well, at least we're here together this time. All right. What we need to do is we need to get Law here off of his prisoner pole, patched up, and able to run away, preferably stealth away. However, if we go into stealth, our stealth right now is taking a big penalty due to injuries. Well, that's fine. We're gonna get out of this, boys. We're gonna get out of this. All right. We just wait until they're out of range. Now we escape. We get Wing Wang out of there. We'll carry him out if we have to, because his leg is fuckered. Quick, fucking set him free. Pick him up. And fucking GTFO. Shit. Spotted by a single fucking Fogman. Okay. You're gonna have to kill one of them. Can you do that right now? Huh? There's more than one. We're dead. We're dead. Wing Wang, you might have to be a sacrifice, buddy. So that Law here can get the fuck out of here. Nope. Shit. Wing Wang still holding his own here. Nope. Nope. Okay. Okay. This is gonna be a fucked up eternal cycle until we can get, like, out of range of this fucking death yard. That fucked up leg is gonna screw us over a lot. Alright. Are they gonna get out of sight range? Yes. So get out of the prisoner pole. That's right, they are like cockroaches. Like cucarachas. Okay, so what I'm gonna actually do is not immediately release Wing Wang. And get back here real quick. No, don't fucking spot me. Don't fucking spot me. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Oh, shit, oh, fuck. Fogman Scavenger. Well, we don't have much choice but to try and fight them. And there's more. Of course there's more. I'm gonna see where the last autosave puts us. It's only about 3 minutes back. Because I don't want to get stuck in this cycle forever. Looks like we were already beaten up by them at this autosave. Let's let it finish loading in and so we can see for sure. This is bad, no shit. Alright, let's... That's way fucking back. So I don't want to go that far back. Kenshi 2 will probably release in 4 years. We'll see. I don't like to put too many expectations up, because then you can get just fucked. Problem is Wing Wing has, like, no stealth. That's one of the big problems. If Wing Wang gets out first... If Wing Wang gets out first... Oh shit, they're gonna start fucking eating him. Oh no! Oh no. Yep. I think we're gonna have to go back to the previous autosave, unfortunately. Unfortunate. We're gonna have to back up a little bit. Lose about a day of in-game time, but otherwise... I don't know how we're gonna get out of that. I don't like doing it. I really don't like doing it. But I don't want to, like, have to do a full reset either. It is really cool that they still support Kenshi in the meantime. Now, we are still just gonna go straight back to the fucking Foglands and get Wing Wang back. Alright. Wing Wang is a necessity. I've grown rather attached to him in the 20 minutes or so that we were together. So, we're gonna go straight back to Mongrel. We're getting our boy, Wing Wang. Okay, we've been through this song and dance. Yeah, I need to get better leg armor. The shinobi pants are not cutting it. I feel like I will... Yeah, dust bandits actually are surprisingly easy. Once you kind of know how to counter them. The last playthrough I did, we waged a guerrilla war against the fucking Dust Boys, and just we won that fight before. And he stole my food, bastard. Oh well, we'll get more toughness XP this time then. I'll just let him pass. Are you gonna piss off? Are you going to piss off? Or is this playthrough cursed now? Is this playthrough cursed now? Are you guys going to ever just decide to fuck off? Put food in a bag and then unequip the bag in your inventory. Yeah, I mean, I find that a little cheap. I find stuff like that a little cheap too. That's like exploit level. Some of the mods I'm running would definitely be considered cheap by some people already. I don't want to further cheapen it, you know, by saying like they can't even steal food off of me because I put them in my bag of holding and then throw it in my asshole. Are you guys gonna piss off ever? Are you gonna be? You're just gonna chill here until I get up. Oh, that one passed out from blood loss. Good. Fuck you. Fuck you, guy. See if they'll let me get up. They spawn camp you. Apparently. Alright. Well, there's only 2 of you now, so, get fucked. Get fucked, Hungy boys. And this is the problem with, like, early game and not having heavy armor. Is just that, like, one lucky shot can just absolutely destroy you. So I should probably get Law here and Wing Wang once we pick him back up into some decent, like, medium heavy armor ASAP. Like, oh no, you take a little bit of penalty to dexterity, and you can't do stealth. Like, oh well, I'll live. However, we got a bum leg now. And there's a fucking bone dog coming to eat me. Fuck. And he's coming straight for me. I don't want to fight you, Doggo-chan. I didn't want it to be this way. You forced me into a self-defense situation. I will do what's necessary to defend my life. Okay, well, we're gonna have to go to stack and rest now. But, you know, Wing Wang will be waiting for us when we get there. To Mongrel. Who the fuck are these guys? There's more Hungy bandits, and we're pretty fucked up. So we can just rush into stack. Shit. We cannot outrun. We don't have... I got raw meat. Here, have some fucking raw meat and piss off. Oh, you don't want the raw meat, huh? You say you just want food. You say you just want food. But I drop you some meat, and you don't... No, you don't want it. My meat's not good enough for you. I keep forgetting my legs are injured, so I can't do that micro shit. You don't want a nice raw piece of meat. Huh? I say you're being hypocrites. I think you're being hypocritical, just like those dang liberals. The dang liberals. I got a mod that makes numbers and groups random. I have that as well. If it's the same mod. If it's the same mod I'm thinking of, then yes, I have that mod as well. You know, and they... I was gonna say, did they even loot the fucking bone dog there? Liar's just getting fucking bullied now. Weak enemy groups? Yes. Hello, Beelzebub. How you doing? Okay, they actually took the meat from that. That's a good one. Let's just take some more of the cheapo weapons and shit off of these guys. And limp our way into stack. Oh god, look at how pathetic he looks.
Dada is
And the
pleased.
Hungry Bandit's coming back. What's your goal? I haven't really set a specific goal yet. However, I figure we'll kind of what we're planning on doing right now. We ended up reloading a save because I got kind of stuck in a loop of getting captured over and over again by Fogmen. We're gonna go to Mongrel, recruit Infinite Wing Wang like we did before I had to reload the save. We're gonna kind of spend some time hunting Fogmen for their bounties. To get up some money, buy a house there maybe, kind of set up a little bit of a base of operations, but eventually we're going to probably settle in northern Bast, maybe if we're getting real brave, we might settle in Darkfinger, make a outpost, and then just kind of be like a clan of raiders that go around and bully everybody. Force the leaders to slave mine. That's mean, dude. That's kind of toxic, dude. Also, thank you for the follow, Beelzebub. I appreciate it. Alright, let's bully this one Hungry Bandit. There we go. We'll take her stick and her wholly insignificant amount of money. And now maybe we'll actually be able to limp our way in.
Is pleased.
Hey, also thanks for the follow as well, Other Tier. I'm sorry that's your new name, Other Tier. Or at least that's what I'm gonna call you from now. Other Tier. My favorite Norse god. My favorite old Norse god. Okay. Luckily, as we limp our way in, we don't have to worry about too much more about bandits since there's a patrol here. But it is going to take forever and a day for him to shimmy his ass into stack. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, lordy. I'm gonna be real, though. Getting some mods to make slavery a more fleshed out mechanic in this game, and actually doing a slaver playthrough is kind of fun. Hot take. Nuclear take. In before, like, oh no, you can't play bad guys in an amoral post-apocalypse. You can't play a bad guy in a game that's basically a complete fantasy. That reflects that you want to do those things in real life. Oh no. Would you recommend this game? Absolutely. Yes. It's a game that is somewhat difficult to pick up at first. I would say I definitely still learn new things about this game all the time. However, once you start kind of getting the game down, it's a ton of fun. But yeah, it's definitely one of it. I liken it to RimWorld, where you have more individual control of your characters. In that sometimes you're just gonna have especially in the early game when your characters are all fairly weak. Sometimes you're just gonna have a bad time. You're gonna get the shit beaten out of you. And you might even lose a couple people, lose a person or two permanently. Because when characters die, they die. But excuse me, had a little burp coming out there. The victories you get in this game are so much sweeter for it. Like right now, we're getting kind of bullied by Hungry Bandits. We were getting heavily bullied by the Fogmen. But it's fun. I'm having a great time. Losing is fun sometimes. And in this game, you know, most of the time, like, for instance, the toughness stat here is one of your most important stats. It helps you not get knocked out, you know, helps you take less damage, etc., etc. But the only way to level it up is to take damage, right? So getting beaten up literally makes you stronger. So once again, it really leans into that design philosophy of losing can be fun. You know, and I kind of dig that shit. That's why I've been binging RimWorld lately. I think I'm gonna start a new RimWorld campaign here soon. I think I'm gonna try out the tribal start, cause If it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. And Kenshi, quite literally. It in real life, it's not always quite that literal, but in Kenshi, it absolutely is. All right, now we're healed, fully healed up. We're just gonna. I know I have shit in my bags to sell, but we're just gonna head straight over to Mongrel. We can sell it there. We can sell it there and get our boy Wing Wang back on the team. Plus, I just love like the landscape and everything in this game. Everything looks so good. Like, it's a well fleshed out world. What some of my most favorite RPG worlds are ones that are just almost completely alien looking. That's why Morrowind is probably my favorite RPG of all time, because it's like I spent so many years as a kid, as an early teenager, just getting lost in the world and like how ridiculous and nonsensical the world seemed. Whereas then Oblivion, I loved Oblivion when it came out, don't get me wrong. I still love Oblivion in a lot of ways. But it's just the world in comparison is much more generic and uninteresting. Right? Cyrodiil in Oblivion is one big temperate forest for the most part, until you get like to the very far south of the map or the very far north of the map. It's pretty much just temperate forest and hills. It all looks the same. Whereas Morrowind, you can tell exactly where you are in the game, or not exactly where you are, but for the most part where you're at just by looking around at the different biomes and stuff. It's a cool design choice, right? Same with Kenshi, right? Like, yeah, I've got a map mod installed that gives a little bit of clearer borders to the regions and biomes. I love Fallout New Vegas. It is absolutely my favorite Fallout game. I used to be a Fallout 1 and 2 purist. I was one of those boomers, right? Because I played Fallout 1 and 2 back in the day. I played a lot more Fallout 1 than 2 back in the day, which is, I know, is kind of the reverse from most of the classic Fallout fans. Most of the classic Fallout fans have fonder memories of 2. I still, yet to this day, have not beaten Fallout 2. I just had a lot more time with 1 for some reason. And it's not like any specific reason, it's just I have 1 was the first one I played, and I just have a lot more nostalgia for it. I bought Fallout 3. Now, this is an experience. Fallout 3 was the first game that I ever pre-ordered, because I was so excited for it. Because I loved Morrowind, and I loved Oblivion, and when I heard that it was being made by the same people that made Morrowind and Oblivion, I was ecstatic. I fell for the hype, being a dumb, like, 15-year-old. So I pre-ordered it, and it was okay. But it was also kind of ass at the same time. I'm still not super big on Fallout 3. I think the story doesn't make any fucking sense. That game can get real dumb sometimes. And it's just I didn't immediately fall in love with 3. Let's just put it that way. When New Vegas came out, I didn't get New Vegas immediately when it came out. Okay, Wing Wang, you're back on the team, buddy. Anyways, I got a laptop in like 2010, and we were leaving for Iraq, and I managed to get a copy of New Vegas loaded onto it when I went to Iraq, when I was deployed to Iraq. And so I had plenty of time over my about a year in Iraq to just play the shit out of Fallout New Vegas, and even to like somewhat experiment with mods. We did have internet access when I was over there, sometimes, but it was very shitty, very slow. So like if I was gonna download a mod for New Vegas, it had to be something very, very small. Otherwise, it would take me literally a whole day to download it. You know, that shit like that. And so I really fell in love with that game then. Whoop, 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 whoop. These are all fog heavies and a fog prince. But if we can aggro them... If we can aggro them and get them on us. Yeah, I really wanted to see the Legion, like, all the factions fleshed out more, but especially, like, the Legion, considering that they had a lot of plans to flesh out the Legion as a faction that didn't really get done. But, I still love New Vegas as a game, and the modding community really gave New Vegas a lot of longevity. Okay, we're getting the fuck beaten out of us, but if we can even claim a few of the heads from these guys, it'll be worth it. Because we're using a mod that kind of rebalances and changes the bounty system for Fogmen, and it can be very profitable if done correctly. However, I want to make sure that we're not letting Wing Wing get ganged up on too hard here. Because he's getting the shit beaten out of him. Okay, gentlemen. I think it's time to try and lead them back to the guards. Before your legs become too injured. Also, you guys need to, like, try and keep pace with each other. See if we can get the shinobi guards to come out and help us fight these guys. Let's see here, let's see. So I want to make a lot of progress on this playthrough today. I kind of set aside the whole day to just play Kenshi. I was like, fuck it. You know, I haven't had a good long stream day in a while. Let's just set aside today to have fun and get the shit beaten out of us. Alright, quick, claim their heads. We're only going to take the one since for some reason this mod duplicates 2 fog heavy heads on them. We're not going to completely cheap out and take both. Oh shit. No, don't let them take the fucking heads. Damn it, they got some of them. But let's make sure we got all of these ones. Okay, good. We got the Fog Prince head. That's a good bit of money. We need to get Wing Wang a med kit. Maybe get him a better weapon. And maybe look at getting these guys some heavy armor. But first thing, we want to buy that house. We want to buy that house. And kind of set up our base of operations here in Mongrel. I think we'll build a... Is he got a little baby gorilla? Has he got a little baby gorilla pet? Look at him. He's so adorable. Okay. Here's my opinion about Fallout 4. It's a okay game if you don't look at it as a Fallout game. The story, incredibly dumb. The gameplay, as a Fallout game, meh. I enjoy playing through it every now and then as just like a generic survival shooter. With a lot of mods, with a lot of mods, it becomes a pretty okay, like, generic survival shooter game. I like, once again, with some mods, with a decent mod list, the settlement system is pretty cool. Like I like building a playing on survival mode where you can't fast travel, you have to worry about food, water, shelter, temperature, all that shit. And all that, and with I've got a good survival mod list for Fallout 4 that is like 200 and some mods, and it becomes pretty fun. And I every now and then do a playthrough of that. I've done a couple playthroughs of it on stream in the past, but I don't do it very often. Every now and then I'll get a hankering for it. Okay, Beep, we'll actually recruit you now. You said Beep, so I thought you were introducing yourself. Just give him kind of. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Because you keep saying Beep. Yep. How much money you want? No, I don't know what that means. Welcome to the team. Okay, Beep. This is where you're gonna be living. This is where you're gonna be living from now on. At least for a hot minute. Where's like general store or fucking mechanical store? Somewhere where I can buy some fucking building supplies. Is there not a place here to buy like basic shit? Clothes shop. Okay, there's a general store. Good. Beep time. What do you think of the unholy Fallout 76? Never played it, never will. As a matter of morality. Never played it, never will. Alright. Let's see here. We want to get like 4 building material because I want to put down a basic research bench, and that'll be Beep's job for now. Is research bitch. This game does this every now and then. There we go. I'm trying to remember that. Okay, it's those keys. All right. It's been if you can't tell, it's been a minute since I played Kenshi, since I don't remember that shit. If you help him build, start getting you some skills. All right. And then we're going to want to go to the boot shop, I think it is, and buy a couple bedrolls. We're going to run out of money real quick, but you got bedrolls? Yes. We're going to get a couple bedrolls. And get a couple more med kits. And then I think we're going to probably go back to the... Did the general shop have any books? I wasn't paying attention. Also just double checking to make sure I didn't miss anything. Armor shop, weapon shop. Tech workshop. Okay, this is where we need to go. I want to buy a couple... Pretty much spend the rest of our money on books for now. Let's trade. I think 16 will be enough for now. And now we'll go back. We'll put the bedrolls down so that we can heal up our own guys without having to pay for it. We turn that around like this and just go boop, boop, boop. Put those down real quick and see if we can get some storage put up real quick as well. So, law here. Put those books in there. Oop. Alright, item storage. Gear storage would be nice. And then... Start with, like... I think we'll just start with the core shit for now. Just rush up to tech level 2. Beep. Research is going to be your job, buddy. And in the meantime... I don't think there's really any good storage we can build yet. Oh, we can build... Never mind, I've got a mod chest that we can build as like a general storage for now. Yeah, I know it's cheap, but I don't like having to wait forever just to be able to have a box to put things in. It's a little ridiculous. Alright. Now, I'm going to let Wing Wang and Law here rest for a bit. Get them at 100%, and then we're going to hunt some more Fogmen. I hope Starfield's good. Liking Empyrean Galactic Survival. Yeah, I've heard of both. I haven't really seen anything about Starfield because I don't think there's that much out there about it yet. And I haven't really heard of Empyrean. I used to play a lot of Rust. Kind of just stopped having fun with it. I don't really get into the sweaty PvP. I just prefer, like, fun survival, right? Without a... Sometimes PvP can be fun, but I don't like having to do... Like, being forced into PvP all the fucking time in those games. Hence why, like, I have a love-hate affair with DayZ. I love DayZ's, like, scavenging and survival elements. And that the survival... It's actually hard to survive sometimes in DayZ. But on the other hand... I also hate that I'll spend hours gathering materials and shit, and just to get sniped from 2 miles away by some sweat. You know? Shit like that. Alright, Wing Wang's almost... Law here's healed up. Wing Wang, how much longer you got? You don't have that much longer. You'll be healed up here in an hour or two, alright? Should probably give Beep some food. Just have it in his inventory. So I'm going to trade with him real quick. And just give him, like, a piece of meat. So initially, I hadn't really planned on, like, where I was going to set up an initial, like, just little base of operations. But apparently apparently Mongrel. I hadn't really planned this part of it out at all. Wing Wang, you healed up? Excellent. Well, now we have a place to rest, place to store things, and Beep doing our basic research for us. So let's go back out on the hunt. Actually, first, we don't have, like, any money now, so we actually need to go out and kill some Fogmen to make some money. They got the little baby gorillas. Look at them! Look at them walk! I'm sorry, these are my new favorite animals. I want a pack of little baby gorillas. Monkey. Monkey. Okay, so eventually when we have our own settlement, I am definitely going to have a pack of attack gorillas that I have as like my little buddies. And my dogs are play fighting. Excellent, as usual. They love doing this only when I'm streaming. Let's clear out some space in the backpack for more fog heads. More fog heads. Even if we scavenge them off other people's kills, it's money. I prefer to not scavenge off of everybody else's kills because we want to get our boys better and better at combat. But more money And we're not doing so well financially right now, so every penny we can get. Pretty sure I got all 4 of those, right? Yes. No, there's one I must have missed. Because I should have 5. 5 fog heads. There we go. There we go. Alright. Oh, who the fuck are you? Okay, that's a guard. I was like, what the fuck are you doing? Wait. Did I loot this guy? No. Okay, there's a good easy 6 heads. That's 6 times 3, that's 1,800 cats right there. When we go to sell it. Wow, that's like they were trying to put a little death yard together right fucking here in front of the gates of Mongrel. Wacky. That's a wacky. Okay. We're not gonna overextend ourselves and get the shit beat out of us this time. We're gonna play it safe. We're gonna run away from them before our legs get chopped off. To where we can't run. This is why I was playing stealthy before. Okay, so there's another death yard over here. I want to see if I can like catch their patrols out. Because now it's like get money for better equipment for our boys. Okay, a couple of them are coming. Looks like a couple regulars. Hold position, let them come to you. Okay, Wing Wang, move a little forward. Law here. Take his head. Pull back a little bit. He already took a hit to the stomach. Okay, Wing Wang is like right now is just basically performing meat shield duty. While Law here kills them and takes their fucking heads. Or more like downs them real quick and then just in a massive rush rips their head off. Okay, pull back. Because that is a lot of them. But we got a couple more heads, so. We gotta isolate them. Alright. Isolate them into small groups. Take them out. Rip their heads off. Simple as. Oop. Oh, that one, see, this is why. We want to make sure they don't get up. Take their heads. Even the regular ones net 300 apiece. This is how we're gonna make our fortune, gentlemen. Oh yeah, I need to make sure to give Wing Wang a med kit. So both of you medic each other. So how is Wing Wang's medic skill? It's 15 compared to Law here's 16. Okay, so they're about equally good medics. But real quick, let's just go back to town and sell what we got. I'd like to make another like 10 to 20,000 cats in total from hunting Fogmen, and use that pretty much specifically just to upgrade the guy's equipment and to make sure we have plenty of food for a while. Right? Like, that we're not gonna, that if we do run out of money for whatever reason or have to make a big purchase, that we're not going to go into a food deficit. Right? That stuff comes first. So we'll buy a few more dried meat, just to make sure that we have food. We'll actually go store the extra. That got us about 4,000 cats. A little more, a little, give or take a bit. Alright, Wing Wang. Make sure you have a med kit. That's good. Alright. Beep. Beep can do more research. Things that I'm just like trying to think of the things that were like immediate needs, right? Cooking would be nice. Alright, that'll do for now. That gives Beep something to do, at least. Beep, do you still have some food? Yeah, you do. Alright. Wing Wang, rest. Law here, rest. So if they're not getting too fucked up, if they're just getting a little fucked up each run, they're still getting toughness XP, but I'm not putting them in as severe of danger of actually getting killed. Right? And this way we'll be able to scale up quickly. We'll be able to get them some better equipment. Keep working on their skills and their stats. Even though both Wing Wang and Law here are both pretty capable fighters already. With good gear, they'd be hard to stop. But then also we could get the research up to where we can actually put down some real training equipment, like a weight bench and stuff like that. To get their strength up. And their decks up to just, you know, more extreme levels. Because these are going to be our main two fighters for a long time, probably. I want to really invest in them. And eventually, Beep will probably become our ranged boy. Because since he's a little more fragile, I'll probably train him up for martial arts and ranged weapons. Since we are using the shoddy firearms mod, so we could give Beep a fucking musket. Alright. We could give Beep a fucking flintlock musket. And that would be rad. Alright. So we'll probably go... Go back this way a little bit this time. See if we can track down another small patrol of Fugmen. My wife's scolding the puppy right now. Funny. Alright. Okay. I'll see you later, Beelzebub. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Always a blast to have everybody here when we're playing Kenshi. I don't know what it is lately. Kenshi has in the last couple months, Kenshi have always been my most viewed streams. Don't know why. It used to be whenever I would do a Morrowind stream is when I'd get tons of views. Some escaped servants. We could beat these guys up if we wanted to, but I really don't see a point in it right now. They're not going to have anything for us. So I think we'll just keep looking for more fog. More fog people. And I get that Kenshi's popular, but I was surprised that, like, I stream RimWorld and I get, like, half the amount of views that I get when I stream Kenshi. And I'm like, damn, I love both games. Even though I'm quite new and inexperienced to RimWorld, whereas I have, like, 400 and some hours in Kenshi. Okay, we've definitely got fog. This is a bit... Okay, this is gonna be a bit much for us to take on by ourselves. We can probably lure a few out. Or better yet, we could have Law here knock a few of them out. Make it a little easier for once we initiate full-on combat. Fog Islands. Let's try to stay up high out of the fog. No. You think the fog protects you? I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see a clear day till I was already a man. Okay. So, Law here's gonna go up alone. He's gonna Naruto run his ass in there and see if he can knock a few of them out and rip their head off. Thin out their numbers a little bit. He zips in the dark, under cover of darkness, knocks them out, rips their head off, refuses to elaborate, leaves. Doink. I saw another one over here somewhere. Where did he go? Oh. There's one right here. Yeah, we thin out their numbers just down to a less than a dozen. And I think we'll have a better time come the actual fight. One of the problems is that, yeah, our boys are far more skilled than the Fugmen. However, they just get overwhelmed by the quantity. What, gangsta? Oh, what's up, man? What's happening? How you doing? Ooh, that's a lot of them. That's a lot of Fug boys. Alright. I don't like the idea of fighting all of them at once with just Law here and Wing Wang here. It does not seem like a prudent course of action. Is this the same guy? Sorry, Ed. What? Okay. Okay. You have a similar avatar to who? I don't know. I made my avatar in MS Paint, man. No, actually I made it in GIMP. I did make one of my emotes in Paint. I'm not going to say which one. I'll let the audience figure out which one of them was crudely made in Paint while I was stoned off my ass one night. Brazen Gangster? No, not me, man. I've had the same name on Twitch since the day I started streaming back in like 2018, I think it was. It's hard to remember because I streamed very consistently for a long time, and then I took a maybe it's because Kenshi is a game for Chads. Kenshi players tend to be awesome dudes. Also, thank you for the follow. No worries, just a coincidence. I'm like, hey, I mean, good taste in games. Okay, we've alerted the horde. Time to beat a hasty retreat towards our boy Wing Wang here. These miscreants. Is that the Chad head? Yeah, it is. It's also I also have it as one of our channel emotes. Kenshi is awesome. It's probably one of my favorite games to come out in like the past 10 years. Okay, here they come. Here comes a group of them at least. So I'm going to take my guys off sneak. Get them the defensive position on the top of the hill here. And let them come. And hopefully it doesn't attract all their buddies. Oh, they're just... They don't give a fuck about me, apparently. I want to see something. Oh, I could definitely knock out that fog heavy. Oh, doink. Take his head. Alright, let's see if we can get the prince. Fogman? Yes. I just so my last playthrough of this that I did on stream, the save ended up getting borked due to a mod conflict. And I wanted to I've been wanting to start a new playthrough for a while, but I just hadn't had time to go through my mod list and fix it. So I just got this mod list fixed the other day. I was gonna stream this yesterday, and then I had to spend all day fixing the plumbing in my house because we had a plumbing malfunction. So I postponed this new Kenshi playthrough today, and I decided I want to do a different play style, at least in the early to mid game, than my last playthrough. Last playthrough, we pretty much lived at the hub from the beginning of the game and kind of took over the hub area. Because I got real excited when I saw this mod called Buy the Hub that would let you actually literally take control of the hub and build your own buildings and such in that area. Well, it broke my fucking game. So I had to retool my whole mod list, and I was like, you know what, let's just do a whole different approach. So I decided we'd spend the early game in this playthrough doing a lot more wandering around, a lot more combat. And then eventually we're going to probably build our own settlement. I was thinking in Bast, maybe, or if we're feeling really brave by then, out in Darkfinger, and then just be like a group of raiders that we go and raid the civilized lands for stuff. You know, I think that's a good premise, like basic premise to work off of. And things might change. Who knows? By the time we get to building a settlement, I might have a different goal in mind, but we'll see. We shall see. But first, we're about to get a big payday. Nice big payday. Now we got some money, Arthur. We got some goddamn money. All right. I got a plan. Wing Wang. We just need to get some goddamn money. Next thing you know, we'll be eating dust witches and Shobatai. Oh, I just dropped my vape on the ground. So if y'all just heard a bang, I didn't get shot. I accidentally rolled my gamer chair, over the charge cord for my vape and flung it across the room. Oopsie. We didn't take any damage. Excellent. So, we need to wait until morning time. So I'll just speed time up and talk in the meantime. Wait till morning time where we can go check out the armor vendor and the weapon vendor and see if we can equip our guys a little better. Because Wing Wang still just has a piece of shit saber. Lahir's got an okay weapon. It's a Kaiten number 2 saber. It's not great. It's okay. It'll do for now. But Wing Wang needs a new weapon and definitely needs... Both of them need better armor. Right? Because I'm not gonna stealth cheese these guys forever. I want to get them into more combat. Alright, armor shop. Let's see what's on the menu, boys. I hate how they do that. They always run around the counter. Alright, let's see. They got a lot of armor here. And a lot of it is very expensive. So we could get standard grade Ashigaru armor for both of our guys and still be pretty good. Or we could get like heavy leather. Heavy leather would not affect their stealth, but I mean, we're out here to fight them, not to yeah, so I think we'll buy 2 standard Ashigaru armors. Sell that dust coat. And we'll trade this one to Wing Wang. I think we'll keep some lighter armor around. Just to, and they're looking kind of silly right now, but they're a little more protected now. The big thing is, though, I want leg protection, so I need to get them both some decent leg protection. Hmm. 18%, 19% isn't that great, but it's some of the better protection that we're going to manage to get, I think. For our legs. So, I mean, the Ashigaru armor only is 10% leg coverage. God, it's just that fucking athletics effect kind of sucks. I think we'll just buy the leather pants for now. That'll give us a little more protection. Yeah, I'll definitely give him more protection than these cloth pants. And we'll just throw this shit in storage for now. I don't care about selling it right now. You didn't really miss anything. We're just getting our guys some armor and weapons, maybe, if we have the money. If we have enough money to get Wing Wang a new weapon. So where's the weapon shop? This is the weapon shop. Okay. Wing Wang, truck your ass over there. Because his weapon is shit. He's got that crappy old horse chopper. It's not going... That ain't going to cut it. Quite literally. Oh boy, this is quite a selection. Quite a selection. I like to get him something just decent for now. Desert Sabers are almost always good because there's no real downsides to using them. Oh, actually, Wing Wang, what are your best... He's best with katanas and sabers. Okay. Though he's got high skills in... Oops, shit. In all of it, so... Weapon type isn't really something we need to worry about with him. I'm thinking... God, that'd be like most of our money, but if we give him a Desert Saber, I think he'll be a lot more effective in combat. Because he won't have an attack malice. Yeah. He won't have an attack malice at all. But he will still have a small defensive bonus. Whereas Law here takes a very 4 is not really a super small attack malice. I'd like to get both of them with weapons where Wing Wang. I love saying his name. Fucking Infinite Wing Wang, man. He's Kenshi's only Australian, as far as I'm concerned. Because that just screams having that haircut, or having that fucking haircut, and a name like Infinite Wing Wang, I was like, there is no way this man is not Australian. Anyways, back out into the fog to kill. I require blood of fogmen to sustain myself. Jesus, they're trucking along. Where the fuck did all these shinobi guards come from? They just coalesced out of the ether. Yeah. We got a caravan here. Let's actually see what the caravan's got to trade. That is very Australian. It is. Ah! I need to turn my alert box down a little bit, but thank you for the follow, Daphlos. I know I don't have face cam on today, but I did like a little visible physical like ha at that one. But I normally I do a pretty good job of making sure the volume of my alerts isn't too crazy. But it seems today they decided to go a little haywire, a little loud. Thank you, thank you. We got a lot of new followers today. I appreciate it. Y'all are great. Y'all came here to see me get my ass kicked by Fogmen, and boy do I always deliver on that promise. I propose we set up a base with a peeler machine so we can free the humans trapped in skin. Here's the thing, I pretty much always end up building a peeler machine. Because I love being cruel to my enemies. See, I like to immerse myself in the world, you know, immerse myself in it. So, usually whenever I end up building an actual base, I always put up like some prisoner burning poles, which are from a mod, but it's excellent. So you can burn your prisoners alive. Ooh. We got somebody up here. I saw my cursor turn red there. Yep, there we go. We got some enemigas. Some enemigas. Alright, come here, fuck boy. Come hither. Oh yeah, Wing Wang's doing so much more damage now. Wing Wang, my son. My beautiful son. The prodigal son. Infinite Wing Wang. But yeah, we will definitely set up like a prisoner room and torture chamber once we have a base. Once we've ascended from our poverty into slightly less extreme poverty. Oh yeah, a little bit of gear makes such a difference. Wing Wang, how you doing, buddy? You haven't even taken a hit. Wing Wang is ascending. He's beginning to believe. Okay? Law here might not be our strongest fighter for much longer if Wing Wang continues on the path of the mighty here. Just gotta make sure that I'm taking their heads as they fall so they don't fucking get back up and gank me while I'm not looking. Goddamn Law here, Law here and Wing Wang make quite a pair. Ooh, Wing Wang's just got mollywalloped, but he's still standing. Alright. I think we might kill a couple more and then boogie out of here. Cut our losses. After the last incident where we had to reload, awesome emotes. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I spent a whole like hour a few months ago making all those emotes. Oh, once again, I just basically was like, so here's the thing, I made the Chad emote, my main sub emote, a long time ago, like over a year ago, I think. When I was first kind of coming back to streaming after having to take a long break due to not having a PC for a while. And at the time, new affiliates only had one emote slot. So a while back, like I said, like a month ago or so, maybe a little more, I was like, hey, I should see how many more subs I need to get before I have more emote slots. And it's like, Twitch is like, hey, dumbass, we have follower emotes now, and you have more emote slots than you realize, you fucking dingus. And I'm like, oh, shit, I better get on that. I better get on that. Like, that seems kind of important. So yeah, I ended up just making the meme team there. Infinite meme team. Wing Wang approved. Nutritious and delicious emotes. Wing Wang approved. Oh yeah. See, Law here derives his... Both of these men derive their power from their mustaches. Twitch's ass. You went Mac? What? No, I would never. I have some major issues with Macs in general. So hell no, I would never buy a Mac. I just I had my PC break down on me a while back, ways back. This is ages ago now. It was like 2018 or 2019, excuse me. But basically I didn't have a functioning stream setup for like 6-8 months, and that really killed my channel growth for a while, because initially I did really well. Like the first 5-6 months of streaming on Twitch, I did pretty fucking well, you know, pretty fast channel growth. And then I had to take 6-7 months and off, and it killed my channel growth. And now I'm just really getting to the point over the last month or two now, I'm just really gotten back to the point where I can stream consistently and make a good go of it, because I really love streaming. As I told one of my coworkers at my day job, he was like, what got you into streaming? And I was like, dude, I figure if after work every day I'm gonna go home, get stoned, and play video games, I might as well like make it a social thing and like make it something I can make a little bit of money off of, right? Right? It is a big stream today, Gun Jesus. How you doing? A surprising turnout today. We had a little raid earlier. That was really cool. And people are sticking around, having a good time. Having a good old time. Having a blast. Having a little hootenanny, a little bonanza. Alright, so we got a little money from that. We got a little moolah, a little cash. We need a beep emote. You know, I could do a beep emote. I'm not sure if I have an open slot, though. So it would probably have to be a sub emote. Unfortunately. I think I'm out of followers emote slots. We will see, though. I will check later. Okay. You rest. And what's it gonna take us to get a tech bench level 2? 10 iron plates? That's nothing. That's nothing, Arthur. So we can put that down, and then a single ceiling lamp to light it up. Yeah, we don't have any materials, but we're gonna go buy some next door at the tech workshop. So we need 11 iron plates. Dude! Weed, Lamau. Or excuse me, let me warm up my Seth Rogen impression. Sorry, my throat's a little raw today. Anyways, dude, my weed, they stole my weed, dude. Sorry, I literally had to take my headphones off for that one, or I was gonna blow my own eardrums out. That's 8, 9. Actually, we need 11. I'm losing my fucking brain. Brain rot. Brain rot. Might spend my birthday money. Always remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Nation banned Seth Rogen. Uh, based, Holy Nation. Based. Subbing is never necessary. I'm never going to cajole people into subbing. I'm never going to make demands that people sub. Um, it's always a, hey, if you want to. I'm never going to put any pressure on anybody to sub. Holy Nation do be a little based about their opinions on femoids. However, I do usually side with the United Cities out of practicality. Thank you, I appreciate that. Nice. Discord is a wacky place that can be really, really hilarious and also a degenerate shithole. I should side with the Holy Nation. The problem is we got beep. What we're probably going to end up doing is, for at least for a long time, we're probably not going to side with any major factions. And we're just kind of going to strike out on our own and try and farm our own little faction up here in the north. Tim Dillon, Seth Rogen. I don't watch a lot of political stuff on YouTube or anything like that, but I love it when anybody just shits all over Seth Rogen. That guy fucking deserves every bit of hate he gets. I always end up chatting with Serbian extremists because I'm neither extremist nor Serbian. That shit is hilarious because the area that I live in now is the same area that I grew up in. And in the 90s, while I was growing up, we got a shit ton of Bosnian refugees. So I went to high school with a lot of them, and I work with a shit ton of them now. And they're fucking hilarious. Like, Balkaners in general are just so always keyed up on everything and, like, just fucking wacky about, like, they're so extreme about everything in front of them that it's just it's always amusing, right? All right, the boys are back in fighting shape. Excellent. I'll probably take a watch later. I don't really like to get into political stuff on stream. I just like making fun of people that I like making fun of on stream. Like, I think the most extreme I've gotten on stream when it comes to talking about politics is venting my hate of people like Ellen and Oprah. And I think they're quite literally scum of the earth. Like, some of the lowest of low people is these, like, ultra rich talk show hosts that look down on us fucking peasants, right? I'm like, that talk about people that would never be successful in anything other than, like, an ultra capitalist society like we live in. People that would be destitute without our kind of society that is so permissive, and yet they use that opportunity to just shit on everyone that are the people who are the actual pillars of society that hold things up. Like, I'm a firm believer in, like, the Fight Club mantra of, like, we're the people who make your food. We're the people who grow and make your food. We're the people who serve you meals. We're the people who fucking repair your car. Don't fuck with us. Right? I'm definitely like pro working class because I've been working class my whole life. Right? And poor people in America, like poor working class people in America, are shit on from every direction by everyone, even the people that are especially by the people that are purportedly on their side, right? Oh yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful to live in the States. The States has some fucking big problems, but I'm grateful to live in the States because I value certain things a lot. I'm a firearms enthusiast, right? I was shooting in NRA juniors competitions when I was 9 years old. My dad was a cop at the time, and he would take me out to the police range and all that shit. So I could never live in like Western Europe or Australia or something like that where there's extremely strict gun laws, because I love fucking long range shooting and stuff like that. That just would not really be feasible the way I like to do it in any other country. But that's not to say that the States is perfect, because the States are far from perfect. I talk shit about America more than people who are actually anti-America. Right? Like, this is something I joke about. Is like, people who are actually very patriotic of their country are the people who are some of the people who are most critical of their country. Because I think you cannot practice sound, sane patriotism without healthy critique of one's own nationality and one's own country, right? Like, I'm the first person to say the average American that I have to, and maybe this is just because I work in retail right now, but the average American is a fucking idiot. Right? Like, sorry to say, your average American is not so fucking bright. That's mostly the fault of the American public education system being just absolute garbage. I went to public school. It's fucking garbage. Hence why when I have kids, they're going to be homeschooled. And not to toot my own horn or anything. Toot toot. Just reality of the situation is that I was always more intelligent than the average kid growing up. And I knew it. And that was the problem. So I never had, like, the drive to outperform people. Is because it's like, I was running at, half a tank all the time whenever I was in school and still outperforming at almost everyone. So it's like, why would I fucking try? Why would I put in the extra effort, right? Excuse me, I'm blowing my voice out today for some reason. But, yeah, the American education system is fucked. They don't teach you anything about the real world. Right? It's, especially these days, we're gonna teach you to memorize shit for STEM classes. And that's it. We're not actually going to teach you any sort of learning skills or, any sort of ability to critically solve problems yourself. Private schools are great in America, however, they're very expensive. Because, like, not to get too personal or anything, but me and my wife are Catholic. And we would love to be able to send our kids to Catholic school. However, it's like $700 a month per child. So I'm like, yeah, homeschooling is probably going to be the more realistic option. A love-hate relationship with the States because they destroyed my country, but also, yeah, I fought in the Iraq War, and I will be the first person to say that America's foreign policy for the past 30, 40, 50 years has been awful. And that's because the people who rule America are not the American people, right? It's the elites. And so, yeah, I'm 100% in agreement with you that, like, yeah, America has become essentially I wouldn't necessarily say imperialist, because I think that's a misnomer, because we're not going out and literally colonizing other countries. What we are doing is kind of a economic form of imperialism, right? It's literally invading countries for economic reasons, and I'm like, that is incredibly fucking shitty, because once again, it doesn't benefit the actual people of America, right? At all. Usually it puts us in a worse situation. It benefits a few companies, right? Like, when people were asking me, like, why is the US so invested in Ukraine? And I was like, well, I mean, it's fucking oil companies, man. Love theology and find the Bible fascinating. I'm also anti-gun, but I'm not going to not going to not be friends with someone. Yeah, exactly. It's like we need to go back to this. We need to go back to being able to be like that. However, this is just a personal theory that the problem is a cultural change that has made it to where people are far less likely to be capable of getting along with people that they don't agree with on everything. But here's the thing, here's the big problem. You're never going to find a single person on earth that you agree with everything on. Never going to happen. We're human beings. We're all different. We all have different opinions on things. And you're never going to find a single person like I used to be a libertarian, right? When I was younger, I was a hardcore libertarian. I thought like Ron Paul was the way to go, dude. And I realized that's not realistic, right? That if you had a libertarian world with very little regulation like that we would be ruled by corporations even harder than we are now. I'm about to be 33 and I don't really recognize this country anymore. And I'm a year younger than you, man, and I fucking hear you. It's not the same thing. It's disillusioning, right? But at the same time, I'm also quite hopeful for radical change over the next 20, 30 years in a lot of the West, due to just necessity. That the systems that we're sustaining right now are not permanently sustainable. Like even so I do not like Bernie Sanders in America, right? Like I'm not a Bernie Sanders guy because a lot of the shit he says is very utopian and unrealistic. However, one thing he said that I will absolutely back and agree with 100% is that you absolutely cannot have completely open, unlimited immigration and have a welfare state. It's impossible. Your economy will just run dry. And that's what's happening in a lot of the West, a lot of Europe and Australia and America, is that you've got essentially, or at least the makings of a welfare state, and yet you just let more and more people in, more and more people in, more and more people in, and it's not sustainable, right? I'm pretty pro immigration in a lot of ways. It's just you have to do it in a sustainable way. All right, thanks for stopping by, Gun Jesus, man. Have a good one. But yeah, there's certain things that like I can find things to agree with from most ideologies or most sides of things. Problem is, once again, like we were talking about a minute ago, you're never going to find any two people that agree on absolutely every issue, right? Like when I was a libertarian, I disagreed with a lot of libertarians on certain things. Like there's a lot of straight up fucking psychos among the libertarian crowd, both left-leaning libertarians and right-leaning libertarians that think the age of consent should be abolished. And I was like, my reaction to that is like, face the wall, comrade. Face the wall and think of the rabbits, comrade. It'll all be over soon. Well, and that's just the thing you got today with, like, I call them the Twitter police. People who are so ingrained into the internet and like insisting that everyone agree with them, that any small disagreement results in you being labeled as a million different buzzwords, and they're going to call your job and get you fired and send threatening messages to your house and all that. And I'm like, Hoppy and Ancaps are Nazbol tier memeage. Yes. They are incredibly memey, and I love it. I love joking about them, but at the same time, it's an insane ideology. Like, I used to joke about about saying saying that I was a Heinleinist. And honestly, I think if we were going to make a country that was sustainable in the long term, like if you're going to have a democracy, if you're going to have a democracy that is going, or a republic that is going to last through the ages, I think actually Robert Heinlein came up with a good model for that, which is, okay, yes, have a republic or a democracy, but to vote, you have to do time in the military. Oh, but everyone participates in it now. It's not just your ultra left-leaning Twitter liberals, as I call them, or Twitch liberals. Because let's just say that I stream in the belly of the beast of this kind of shit. But it's the truth that, like, oh my god, it's so fucking dark out here. This is dangerous. That, like, I say one wrong thing on... this is why I keep a very, very large amount of separation between my personal life and my streaming life. Is it's like, god, even if I say something incredibly mild on stream and the wrong non-trinary deer person or fucking werewolf sees this shit, and then they're gonna fucking try and murder my family. Not that they would have much luck at it. War is sad, however, there's a strange phenomenon, and this is something that a lot of people aren't willing to talk about, but I am, because I think it's a very interesting psychological phenomenon. War breaks some people and makes others. So, like, I'm a vet. I'm an army vet. I was served 4 years in the army. I was deployed to a couple different countries. And I had so many major culture shocks in Iraq that it completely changed my worldview. Made me far more tolerant of Islam. Because I found out that, like, oh, these guys really believe a lot of the same things I believe when it comes to, like, you know, just protecting your family and stuff like that. I also learned that, you know, I was like, wow, Iraq was actually in a lot better shape before we installed a democracy in it. Yeah, Saddam was a shithead, but in a lot of ways, but in a lot of those, so let me put it this way, is that the way I see it, at least, is that places like Iraq, you're dealing with people who come from so many different tribal backgrounds that have internal conflicts that you almost need an iron fist to keep everybody in line. Because you've got numerous ethnic and religious conflicts all going on in a fairly small country. And if you turn that into a fucking democracy, it's a free-for-all. Which is exactly what happened to Iraq, is it became a fucking free-for-all as soon as we left. Whereas that shit didn't happen under Saddam. Right? That shit did not happen under Saddam. But anyways, I really grew to respect the Iraqi people, but I also realized that, like, some people, even trained soldiers, do not react well to the stresses of combat. Some people freak out. Some people definitely get that PTSD reaction from it, where they're broken by it. You know, they become broken people. But some people, and I will definitely say that I'm part of this camp, kind of get off on the adrenaline a little bit. What do you think is going to happen to Putin? Probably nothing, unfortunately. And let's put it this way. I don't really like the Ukrainian government. And I definitely don't like the Russian government. But, someone asked my opinion on the Russia-Ukraine conflict a while back, and they really didn't like my response, which was that I hope they both lose. And somebody was like, "Oh, you're telling me you don't support fucking big chungus, wholesome Zelensky? And I'm like, dude, I could give a shit less. I loved what the Brazilian president, Bolsonaro, said about it, which is, this is what happens when you make a comedian president of your country. I thought that shit was hilarious. Let's just say I may be Swedish, German, American, but I am spiritually Brazilian in that moment. In that moment, I was Brazilian. You hear what Tulsi Gabbard said? No. Here's the thing. I actually like Tulsi, and not just because umami milkers, right? Because she's probably one of the few liberals that is on it in America in politics that's actually honest about what she believes. I don't care about absolutely invading Ukraine is unacceptable. I 100% agree with that. However, there's a lot of bullshit going on from both sides. I don't politically align myself with either side, and I have no reason to. So I'm like, man, sucks for them, but I kind of hope that both of their governments lose. But here's the thing, from a military analytics perspective, the war is incredibly interesting. Do you think that's that weird Modi Big W to Mommy Milk? Okay, yeah, I will admit, even as a married man, that Tulsi's got it, alright, but just not my type. I like Latinas. Alright, that's why I married one. I just think of that video that was going around. I wish I could bring up the video right now. If I could find it, where it's this guy going like, "My name's Justin, it's White Boy Summer. I'm like big booty Latinas. White boys out here don't want to put down on some thick. They don't want to put down on some thick shit. Alright? They're worried about school and economics. Don't worry about nothing. Just get you a big booty Latina." That's me. That's fucking me. I'm just like, don't worry about nothing in life. Just get you a big booty Latina. That solves all your problems. Alright? I live that life. I got my big booty Latina wife. I've reached that apotheosis of White Boy Summer. And it is good. And lo, behold, it was good. Here's the thing, I kind of love Joe Rogan and hate him at the same time, but because we got a lot of the same personality traits of being fighter minded and all that, but it's so hard to take a guy seriously when he fucking behaves like a caveman, and I'm like, that's why I don't take myself seriously, right? I behave like a fucking caveman most of the time. Thank you. Thank you for the congratulations. But yeah, I like Joe Rogan for his funniness, for his comedy, not for being taken seriously. Joe Rogan. As someone who was a proud head shaver for a long time, there's nothing wrong with being bald, brother. If you got a good head shape for it. I've got a good head shape, and therefore I look good with a shaved head. I'm just too lazy. I'm too lazy to shave my head every day. So I started growing my hair back out. And doing, here's the thing, some people, because like I started losing my hair on the top of my head when I was about 25, 26. But I never like tried to stop it at all. I was just like, yeah, whatever, who cares? I just shaved my head. I look good with a shaved head. But just a few months ago, I was like, I wonder if Rogaine actually fucking works. Just curious. I don't give a shit, but I'm too lazy to shave my head every day, so I normally just run a pair of clippers over it like once a week. I wonder if this shit works. So I started putting it on. Wow, lo and behold, I have hair again. And actually quite a bit of it. I'm like, oh, wow. What a twist. What a twist. Alright, we're up to 33K. The boys. We're getting that money, gentlemen. I fucking hate Tim Heidecker. Oh my god. Alright, so anybody who keeps up with the comedy world should fucking despise Tim Heidecker. Um, not just for trying to ruin Sam Hyde's life, because here's the thing, Sam Hyde's an edgy comedian. Yeah, no shit. It's a style of comedy, right? To be edgy, right? You don't try and ruin a man's fucking career over making a few edgy jokes. But Tim Heidecker's a bitch. Oh, and he's not a dick. A dick implies some level of masculinity. Tim Heidecker's a baby back bitch. Tim Heidecker is as much of a bitch as Will Smith is. Let's put it that way. A dick implies that you have balls. Alright? That you have got some fucking testosterone in your body. Tim Heidecker is a massive pussy. Because he, rather than just solve his problems with Sam Hyde like a man by talking with him about it, maybe saying like, hey, I don't really like some of those jokes that you made on your show. He went to the execs at Adult Swim and told them that if they didn't cancel Sam Hyde's show, that he would fucking quit. When the Tim and Eric show was Adult Swim's biggest moneymaker. So yeah, fuck that guy for being a bitch-made pussy. Also, fuck Will Smith. I hate that guy. Unrelated, but fuck that guy. Then again, I hate 99.9% of people that are involved with Hollywood and acting and all that shit anyways. I don't watch TV anymore. I'm slowly becoming Kaczynski pilled. No, not really. Okay, hold on. To any Twitch staff and or federal agents listening, that was a joke. But the last time that I watched cable TV, I used to be a caregiver, working the night shift. I loved that job and hated it at the same time. But I was working the night shift, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., basically at a house, where I would just go and take care of people all night, which basically meant, like, make sure they got water and get up and go to the bathroom every couple hours, and otherwise you're sitting on your ass watching Netflix all night. And I decided to turn on Cartoon Network. I had come in early one night, so it was like 8:30 at night. Adult Swim was not on yet, and I turn on Cartoon Network, and it's on commercials, and the first thing I see... And this is a couple years ago. This isn't 2022. This was like 2019. The first thing I see on this fucking TV is a commercial for an anti-AIDS drug. With, like, full-on fucking gay makeouts on the TV. And this isn't Adult Swim hours. This is still regular Cartoon Network hours. And I was like, this is fucked. I'm never watching cable TV again. If there's something I really want to watch, I'll watch it on a streaming service, and that's it. And I have never had cable TV service since. I just have internet. And that's all I need. I don't feel a need to have cable TV. I'm not even kidding, dude. And then, not too long ago, I'm not going to say for what or anything because it's all private shit, but I was in the ER waiting room, and Little Sheldon was on the TV. And about 30 minutes of watching that shit made me want to blow my... made me want to commit Last Online 9 years ago. It was so fucking bad. It's so cringe. I was like, dude, 90% of the content on YouTube is better than this. Has better production value than this. This is fucked. This is wacky. This is insane. Hey, who's attacking me? It says it's like someone was aggroed onto me. Oh. A single Fogman? 2 Fogman? 3 Fogman? 3 Fogman. But yeah, it's... I don't like throw away your TV. Never listen to the media. And you'll be a much happier person. Toss. Yeah, I had to stop myself for toss reasons there. If in case I'm glad y'all caught my stop your on stream moment there. And I like making an edgy joke every now and then. Don't get me wrong. I like my edgy jokes, but I keep it pretty PG on stream. Little Sheldon is a fucking prequel to the Big Bang Theory, where it's like the Bazinga guy from Big Bang Theory as a little kid, and it's the most insufferable shit I've ever seen in my life. I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with people that they would enjoy this? And then my wife was like, I think it's an alright show, and I'm like, why did I marry you? Oh yeah, the big booty. I didn't marry you for your taste in TV. I kid. My wife's wonderful. I just like making jokes, people. This is a comedy channel, I guess. I'm an e-clown. This is my secondary profession is as an internet clown. There's certain topics are kind of hurtful, but I think you still have to allow someone to... Yeah. And here's the thing. I will always tell people is that, once again, no one is ever going to agree on what's hurtful or offensive and what's not, either. So it's all down to subjective, personal opinion, you know? Like, I will always tell people, if you're offended by something that I say, just let me know. And if I think it's a reasonable complaint, I'll apologize and we'll move on. If I don't think it's reasonable, then I'll basically say, like, hey, I think that was pretty reasonable. I'm sorry you're offended. I hope that we can continue our, viewer-streamer relationship without it being poorly affected by this. Simple as. Simple as that. If I don't think it needs to escalate beyond that. Listen to this stimulating political speech with a fresh teapot of jasmine brew. I'm more of a coffee man, personally. I'm weird. I'm a total teetotaler. I don't drink alcohol at all. I've had one drink of alcohol in the entirety of the past couple of fucking years, and that was half of a glass of wine with a nice steak dinner. And I don't really indulge in too many vices other than that, but I like to smoke a little bit of the old MJ and out of a vape, and I do enjoy my coffee. I just don't drink it very often anymore because it's more convenient to do energy drinks. Things that are so much more difficult to deal with in life that the masses don't cry and whine about on public. Yeah, that's the thing is I always say is like, especially when it comes to like certain hot button issues of today that I'm not going to name, that have to do with people's identity, let's say. Let's just say it's a community of a long list of letters. I'm a firm believer in you do you, as long as you don't try and make it the societal norm, because, societies actually need to reproduce to survive. However, I think we've got a lot more pressing issues in society, like mass poverty, the fact that the earth is running low on certain resources, preserving the environment for future generations, things like that. And I'm like, don't you think that some of these things should take priority over, personal identity? But no, that's because the whole thing is that it's not really about that. And it's never really been about that. It's been about pushing an extreme ideology that questions everything that is the old norm of society. Right? And people view the old norm of society as being, straight, white, male society, and so everything that is bad and everything that's not that is good. And it's like, no, that's not how you have a nuanced opinion on anything. I'm sorry. You do you, as far as I'm concerned. If you're a consenting adult, you fucking do you, dude. But just like, don't try and make everything that you are the societal norm, because lo and behold, especially like look at America. America's almost 400 million people. You're never going to get everyone to agree on anything being the societal fucking norm. other than the fact that, like, hey, certain things have been the societal norms for thousands of years because of, human nature. And we shouldn't try to. Let me put it this way. I think that modern people, in general, just the people of the modern age, are extremely arrogant in that we know better about everything than everyone that's lived before us. Like I joke about this, right? I said global warming, climate change. I don't really necessarily think that like there's an impending climate change apocalypse. However, I do think that certain things that we do as human beings definitely do damage to our ecosystems and environments, and that we should definitely have greater control over how we affect our environment. And I'm majorly against mass urbanization because it destroys so many ecosystems. Like where I'm at, in the northwestern United States, has some of the most beautiful natural ecosystems and natural areas, national parks and stuff like that in the world. I've been all over the world, and I think the Pacific Northwest is one of the most beautiful places. Even the part of the Pacific Northwest where I live in, which is like a open steppe. It's like Mongolia almost in climate and terrain. It's beautiful. The thing is, mass urbanization, centering the population into small urban centers, is ruining the environment. Mm-hmm. And a lot of that is due to. I absolutely agree with you there, Dalthos. And a lot of that is due to just the way we fucking do things economically. We don't subsidize our own industries in America, and so we've exported most of our industry to the third world, to the developing world, whatever you want to put it that way, and tried to just make all of our industries the high-tech industries. And it's like, no, that's not going to fucking work. You have look at the Midwest of America, where my family used to live. Used to be, that's where all of our cars were produced and all of our steel was produced there. Now we import all of our steel from South Korea, excuse me. And all of our cars are made in Mexico. The cars for American companies are made in Mexico because the labor is so much cheaper. And then they wonder why Detroit and Flint and all these other places have become poor shitholes. And it's like, well, yes, they're poor crime-ridden shitholes now, and you have to enforce the laws in those places, but the environment was created, right? That poverty environment was manufactured. And it's unfortunate. It's poor leadership. It's very, very poor leadership. But yeah, I'm 100% with you on that. And there was a certain politician in Britain years ago, pre-World War II, who was talking about how the globalization of the economy was bad for both the first world and the third world. He was specifically talking about the British using all this Chinese labor and Asian labor in general to manufacture everything and to exploit the East for to bring economic prosperity to the West. And he was absolutely right, 100% on everything. However, I can't even say the guy's name because he was part of a fascist party, and that's verboten on Twitch. On one hand, I absolute. So here's where you're all going to call me a fucking psychopath. Most people dislike nukes because they're so destructive. I dislike nukes because I want to see wars happen conventionally. Wars are supposed to be the struggle of nations where you cull. So, okay, let's put it this way. Let's look at it from an evolutionary perspective, right? One of the reasons why our societies are getting dumber is that the stupid are breeding more than the smart. The weak and stupid are breeding more than the strong and smart. Right? Like, you look at like the classical philosophers, Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, those dudes were ripped. Those dudes were fucking jacked and smart. This whole stereotype of like the weak, skinny nerd and the big dumb jock is a new fucking thing, right? The society that has its that separates its warriors from its scholars will have its fighting done by the weak and its thinking done by fools, right? Absolute truth. There's not any denying that. However, we don't cull the weak from the strong anymore, and we don't have anything to prevent society from essentially downgrading, right? Something like 30% of inner city voters in America can't read, or can barely read at like a second, third grade level. Our people in general are getting dumber and dumber and being packed more and more into massive urban centers that are exploitative. They're packed in there because they're poor, and then they're poor because they're packed into these major urban centers where there's no opportunity for work, there's no economic opportunity at all, and they can't leave. They become dependent on the welfare state, and it's just a vicious cycle, right? Hey, thank you for the follow, Melanix. How you doing? Yeah, I hope you came for political rant Kenshi hour, because we're getting into some deep philosophy. For some reason, y'all got me. I'm gonna blame you, chat. Chat, you got me started. I'm gonna blame you one way or the other for getting me started on philosophy rants and the necessary things to have a successful democracy. Yes, yes, excellent. But something that is a very controversial opinion, that is something that was kind of accepted truth about democracies and republics basically up until about 20 years ago, is something that I believe Plato, it was Plato or Aristotle that wrote about how to have a successful democracy you require a society that contains philia, which is basically the familial bond between closely related kinsmen. Holy shit, we need to get the fuck out of here. Look at that big group of fogmen. Holy shit. Get back into Mongrel, let the guards kill them. You can't have that in a modern democracy, right? The modern multicultural democracy does not work that way. And so that's one of the biggest problems we're seeing with, this modern utopian neoliberal ideal, is that it's like you don't have the necessary building blocks. So that's why we're seeing governments become more and more authoritarian, even democratic governments in the West becoming more and more authoritarian, as it's like, well, they don't really have a choice if they want to maintain order in society. And of course, if you don't have an ordered society, you have anarchy. And anyone who's spent a weekend in Portland can tell you how bad anarchy is. And that's a joke, but I do fucking hate Portland. Anyone who's been to Portland, I have a love-hate relationship with that city. Same with Seattle. Seattle used to be so nice. Seattle used to be one of the most beautiful cities in the world. And now the whole city smells like piss and shit. It's disgusting. It's very unfortunate. I really wish things would turn around for Seattle, especially. Portland can burn, for all I care. Jokes. Remember, Twitch, this is jokes. But Seattle, I grew up going to Seattle once or twice a year, and it's so nice. And the maritime culture of Seattle used to be so fucking cool. I used to love going down to the docks and seeing all the fishing boats come in, all that stuff. And a lot of that's being lost to turn it into yet another. They've tried to turn Seattle into like Silicon Valley 2.0 tech hub bullshit, and it's fucking disgusting. It's like, I one time was just walking past a protest in Seattle, and I just happened to be there on vacation, and it was a bunch of like, it was supposed to be like a workers' rights, like pro-union protest, and out of curiosity, I just asked these people, like, what do you do for a living? Not a single one of them was actually a worker. These were all people who were, like, in the marketing department and in the IT department. And I'm like, I'm sorry, dude. You're not a worker. You're not working class, bro. If you make fucking $90,000 a year in IT, you are not a fucking worker. You are not like me. I'm sorry. Then that is super unfortunate. Having had to deal with especially America's mental health system is incredibly broken. And one of the, as bad as it is, can't tell you how many homeless people I see that are harmless. Yeah, absolutely. There is definitely a bad mental health problem in this country, and I've had to deal with the mental health system before, not for me, but for someone very close to me. And it is hell to deal with. Hell to deal with. Obviously, I'm not going to go into detail, but it is hell to deal with that system. And people just fall through the cracks. On the other hand, also, it's not the average taxpayer's responsibility to pay for the treatment of absolutely every person who ends up with drug-induced psychosis either. And I see a lot of that, of people who end up essentially with the taxpayer paying for their mental health care because they did so much fucking meth that they ended up in a permanent state of drug-induced psychosis. So it's a problem that really doesn't have a single good solution, unfortunately. I'm sorry you have to deal with that, brother. That sucks. I used to have some pretty bad problems with PTSD, with childhood PTSD. So I fucking hear you. I always joke. I always think that's fucking hilarious when people are like, "Oh, you have PTSD from like the war," and I'm like, "No, the war was." I honestly thought war was pretty fun. I know I have childhood PTSD from shit that happened in my childhood. It's fucking ironic. It's like when I tell people I got a traumatic brain injury when I was in the army, and people are always like, "Oh man, like it's like you got blown up when you were in Iraq." I'm like, "No, I did. I got blown up plenty of times and didn't get any sort of injury. I fell off of an obstacle course 2 months after I got back from Iraq. We decided to do an obstacle course for morning physical training." And, yeah, I fell off of it, fell 8 feet straight onto the back of my head, and broke my neck and got a traumatic brain injury. And people are like, "Oh, that's less cool." And I'm like, "Yeah, I wish I could tell you. I wish I could tell you it was something cool, like, man, I was in a firefight, and I ran over an IED, and I got a piece of shrapnel in my skull, like fucking Venom Snake, bro." No, I wish it was that cool. I literally fell off of a fucking obstacle course. Let me tell you something. People who make their military stories sound way cool, are probably bullshitting you. I'm sorry to say it. Here's the biggest black pill. All right, for military vets, or just people interested in the military and veteran stories and stuff at all. A study. I used to play a lot of Tarkov, but I'll get to that in a minute. A study a while back showed that like 45% of supposed Vietnam vets are fakes. And it's probably almost about the same number for Iraq and Afghanistan vets. And I was like, man, that pisses me off so bad. So fucking bad. Ooh. That's such a black pill. I haven't played Tarkov in a while because, let's put it this way, I work a full-time job. I get up at fucking 3:45 in the morning every day to go to work on my work days, and I work a pretty long shift. So, I don't have a ton of time to play games anymore. When I had more time to play games, when I was working my night shift job, I had a lot more time to play games and invest a lot more time into a single game. And that's when I loved playing Tarkov. These days, now that I only have maybe 6 hours a day on the weekdays to do, recreational activities, it's a lot harder to get invested into Tarkov. Massive LD. I get off of work at 2 p.m. I get home at about 2:30, 2:45 because usually because I live about 20 minutes away from my work. I own my home, right? I own my old family farm, quote unquote, is what I call it, even though it's more it's like an acre property with a house on it. I own it because I inherited it, but I like living out here in the country a little bit. You know, about 5 minutes. It would be about a 15-minute walk if you walked into town. It's about a 5-minute drive into town and about about 15 to 20-minute drive to get to work. But I wouldn't move back into town, and there's not a lot of places nearer to my house that I would want to work. That game is a fucking time sink. Absolutely. And I love it. I love it, I love it, I love it. Patrician of land owning stock. Yes, actually, I'm going through the process now of what I call de-boomerifying the land. I'm gonna give a hot take that no one else ever, says. Boomers bad. Boomers ruin this country. We have a full acre of land here. Full acre of land. And my grandmother, who was a saint of a woman, despite being a Momo, despite being Mormon, which I'm not a fan of the Mormon religion, my grandmother was a saintly woman. Grew up on her own as a child during the Depression. Alright, tough fucking lady. I'm not a Zoomer, bro. I'm a millennial. I was born in 90. But yeah. Boomer bad, still. Anyways, my grandmother and grandfather bought this land, and my grandmother pretty much always used at least 15% of the land, not as a lawn, but to grow food and raise chickens on. Well, what she wanted, and what I 100% agree with, was once she got too old to run it, too old to do all the gardening and stuff, would be to have her kids do it. Well, they didn't. They just replaced everything with lawn, so everything is just grass. Now I'm like, you know what? I don't want to mow that shit every week for the rest of my life. It's a pain in the ass, and I don't like grass. Right? So I'm gonna start tilling up sections to start growing corn and potatoes and other things that are good to grow in the climate around here. And then, you know what? I'm also going to, exactly what you said, Deathless, is fucking run a few beehives and start running an apiary out here. So I can have my own honey, my own vegetables, my own fruits. It's fucking great. And that's how, if you have the land to do it, that's how people should do it. Not have a fucking nice manicured lawn because boomers are dumb and like, why would I grow things when I could just buy it from the store? I bought my house for $5,000 in 1978. You kids just need to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. I want to fucking strangle someone every time I hear some shit like that. Like, bro, let me put it this way. When I entered the workforce in 2008, I was making $8.25 an hour. That was a minimum wage here at that time. Gas was the same price because of the recession, right? But still, somehow, the $8.25 an hour I was making then went farther than the $17 an hour my work pays to new employees now. The economy of the entire West is just fucked. Thanks, boomers. Because it is literally their fault. I'm sorry to say, literally their fault. We got fucked by the generations before us, gentlemen. They bent us over and fucked us. No lube. They bite the pillow. They fucking went in dry, boys. If you set up the land so that it's a nice balance, you can maintain some trails around the public. Yeah, pretty much. However, it's not as open out here as it used to be. We do have like neighbors on either side now and stuff like that. It's not as, when I was growing up, we barely had neighbors out here. But the guy who used to own most of the land out here subletted it, split it into smaller lots so that they could sell each individual lot and put houses on them. Yeah, I think I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon, but it would be it would not surprise me too much to see like a Children of Men situation in our lifetimes where it's like just birth rates fucking plummet in the West at least. I don't think there would ever be like a worldwide birth crisis where everybody just goes infertile all of a sudden, but a limited birthing crisis is definitely or fertility crisis is definitely on the horizon. A lot of it is actually less due to microplastics and more due to a mixture of low average testosterone level in men, due to the fact that most young men do not have good diet and do not get enough exercise at all, which both of those things severely limit your testosterone levels as a man, and also widespread use of birth control by women, permanent at a young age and for long term, permanently damaging their fertility and their hormone cycles, as well as the fact that you got a lot of kids. And okay, this is the point where we have to activate toss mode, boys, and be very careful about what we say. I would say that the increasing amount of pushing of these identity crises onto children and getting them on hormonal treatments is going to be a major cause of a birth rate crisis within the next 10 to 20 years, as a lot of those kids become adults, become more sure in their identities, and possibly want to have children. Okay, did I navigate toss well enough on that, ladies and gentlemen? And I'm not saying that I'm not going out and saying that people need to be burned at the fucking stake for this. I'm just saying it's something that people aren't really considering the consequences of. I think. Subjective personal opinion. That, like, have you thought that maybe, you know, there might be a fucking birth crisis after this shit? It does not have an the world does not have an overpopulation crisis. Certain areas have overpopulation. The world itself could support trillions of people. Well, and that's also part of it, is that once again, smart people aren't having kids because it's expensive to have a kid. Poor people who have limited time to consequence ratio reasoning capabilities have more kids. Also, you know, like, there's the old stereotype of the welfare mama, you know, with poor people having kids to get tax benefits and welfare benefits. I've fucking personally seen people do it. Trust me, most of my adult life that wasn't in the military, I've worked in some form of retail job. So, I've seen a lot of, like, definitely, let's just say, like, not the classiest people that I have to work with sometimes on a daily basis. And you see a lot of it. Like, for instance, this Friday, you know, so day before yesterday, was our busiest day of the year so far in my department. And even the boss was joking, like, oh yeah, it's Food Stamp Friday, because it's the first of the month and it fell on a Friday. All the food stamp people are here. And you see it, a bunch of really, really classy looking people, you know, no hint of sarcasm there, coming with their fucking food stamps and buy $400 or $500 worth of groceries. And they ain't buying cheap shit. Does the military call them dependopotamuses? Yeah. Though the dependas are more like, is more like just purely chasing the benefits. Or dependas also refers to, like, women who marry a military guy just so they don't have to work, and then they just become fat slobs that fucking sit around at home all day. Let me tell you something, though. I've seen some of the worst women, and this is why even though I'm definitely, like, a family values guy. Oh yeah, I used to be a cashier back in the day, and I fucking hated WIC checks more than anything. I'm not a cashier anymore, thank God. I work in the back room of big box corporate retail store that starts with a W and ends in Allmart. I work in the digital department. But yeah, thank God I don't have to deal with people, and I can just yell at kids all day. But yeah, no, I have the worst Dependa story. Okay, so y'all familiar with what power of attorney is, right? Uh, if not, power of attorney is basically giving someone the legal right to sign documents for you and manage your finances and stuff like that when you're incapable of it, right? Hellmark, yeah, pretty much. This dude got the electronics key and paid 50 cents more. No, I don't fucking work in electronics. Fuck that shit. I work in like digital, like pickup and delivery. Like people order their groceries online, and then I supervise the back room of that, making sure it gets processed correctly. It's a shit job, but it pays good, and I like the people I work with. It's the only reason I stick with it. But anyways, back to the Dependa story. Anyways, when we were getting ready to deploy to Iraq, they got everybody together and they said, all of you have to give somebody power of attorney so that we don't have any problems with your finances or anything like that being handled while we're gone. And they told all the married guys, give your wives full power of attorney so that they can handle your financial business and shit while we're gone. Dumb fucking idea. Don't ever give anybody that you wouldn't trust with your fucking life forever power of attorney. Because they can fuck you. Alright? My buddy, who was one of our snipers, gave his wife, who he'd been married to for about 8 months, full power of attorney like he was told to do. Okay? And he had been saving up to buy a new house. To buy them a new house. Because he was from the area that we were stationed in. God damn, stop closing the door on me. Let me fuck out. There we go. He was from the area that we were stationed in. He didn't ever intend on moving, so he was saving up to build a house or buy a house in that area. He had about $70,000 in the bank saved up. Which, when you're a soldier, it takes a while to save up, right? Especially when you're an enlisted soldier. Me and him were about the same rank. He had been in a little longer than me, so he made about $2,400 a month. I made about $2,200 a month. This is back in the early 2010s. I don't know what the pay scale's at now for a E4 that's been in for 2 to 4 years. I don't keep that much track of it. I've been out of the army for 8 years now. Anyways, while we were in Iraq, we had been in Iraq for almost 6 months, and he woke up one day to getting served divorce papers in Iraq. His wife ran off, served him divorce papers while he was in Iraq, and emptied all $70,000 out of his fucking bank account. All of it. $70,000 gone. There was not a fucking thing he could do about it because she had power of attorney. She had the right to that money. She had full power of attorney. She could do whatever the fuck she wanted with that money. And there's not a goddamn thing he could do about it. And I saw cases similar to that all the time. Because, put it this way. Let's say you're 18, 19 years old. You've never lived away from home. Most of these people, most of the guys in the army, it's their first time not living with mom and dad. Right? They're young, they're stupid. And when you're single, you live in the barracks. And living in the barracks, I didn't mind living in the barracks. Because I'm clean. Right? I always kept my shit clean and in order. So I didn't really have any desire to get out of the barracks. Right? Any major desire to get out of the barracks. But a lot of guys, they don't want to live in the barracks. They want to be able to have an apartment or something like that. What the fuck? So they marry the first woman willing to marry them so that they can get basic allowance for housing and get an apartment or get on base housing and not have to live in the barracks where a sergeant can come in and inspect your living space at fucking any time without warning. Right? Like when I was stationed at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, right? I was in the 82nd Airborne Division. I was at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. When I was there, the biggest problem in the Army, in the entirety of the Army, was spice and bath salts. Because you get drug tested regularly when you're in the Army. So you can't get away with smoking weed or even, it's even really risky to try and get away with doing coke and shit like that. Because, you get drug tested regularly. And weed stays in your system, if you're a regular user, it'll stay in your system for a fucking while. Yeah, I'm a thrifty person. I grew up quite poor, and for most of my teenage years, it was just me and my dad, and we were just living off of his Social Security disability, which was $700 and some a month. So for most of my teenage years, we lived off of $700 a month. Oh, they test for a lot of things. Trust me. I found this out by closely watching the legal situation of one of my friends who pissed hot for a very obscure substance. But anyways, there's a big fucking spice problem on base. So probably the most painful thing about living in the barracks at the time was that they would bust into the barracks and do random barracks inspections where they turn your shit upside down and search your entire fucking room like every couple weeks, and it was a gigantic pain in the ass to deal with, and it's intrusive. It sucks, right? You feel less than human because of it, but still, I didn't really mind that much. I adapted well to the military lifestyle in that regard, that I didn't really care. I didn't have that much personal property. The only personal property I really had in my fucking barracks room was a PC, a TV, and a PS3 at the time, right? Like, that was it. I didn't fucking... And I saved my money. Right? But a lot of guys just will do anything. No, spice is not nice to you. I saw it ruin the lives of a lot of soldiers. Like, fuck them up permanently. And that shit's fucked up. We also had a guy, let's just say that, like, there's an old thing about the 82nd Airborne. Anyone who's familiar with the 82nd Airborne Division's patch, it's the 2 A's in a circle, stands for All Americans, because the original 82nd Infantry Division back in World War I was made up of people from all 50 states. Or all 49 states at the time. But anyways, we always joke that the AA stands for Alcoholics Anonymous, because everybody in the 82nd's a drunk. It's true. I was a drunk when I was in the 82nd. And that there's also an old soldiers adage that the most criminal soldiers, like the most misbehaving criminal motherfuckers of soldiers, the most villainous motherfuckers, are also the best soldiers. And it's true. Lord Wellington was saying that shit about his soldiers back in the Napoleonic Wars during the Peninsular Campaign in Spain, that like I have the most villainous scum of the earth in my army, and they're great, and they're fucking great. And it's true. Like, the best soldiers will steal anything that's not nailed down and want to get fucking drunk and fuck anything with 2 sets of lips. Meanwhile, I stopped getting drug tested once I started getting office jobs above the entry level. I just stopped getting drug tested, period, by any jobs. I noticed that, like, these days, even retail jobs aren't drug testing. Unless you have, like... Unless you, like, do something to make them extremely suspicious that you're, like, showing up to work fucking high off your ass on meth or something, they're not gonna drug test you. Nobody gives a shit. They want you to work. They don't fucking care anymore. I never got drug tested once at my fucking caregiving healthcare job, and I worked there for 8 years. Almost 8 years. It's like 7.5 years or something. Damn, I'm not finding any groups of Fogmen over here. The fuck, boys. Also, how's Beep doing? Beep's getting a little hungry. Other than that, we're doing good. Had to leave it. It really depends on the job. I enjoyed it. I liked working graveyard shift, but I couldn't deal with the people. Like, the people I had to work with after that long. I was getting fucking so sick of dealing with fat, ugly, middle-aged women that just would try and make your life hell because you're better than them. I had to deal so much with, like, shitty, apathetic, middle-aged women workers that hate their job, hate their life, hate their fucking kids, everything. And caregiving is the only job they're qualified to do. And because you're better at the job than them, they hate you immediately. And so they would cut, like, some of these women would just, like, seriously just try and get me in trouble all the fucking time. It was to a point where I was getting calls from my manager like twice a fucking week that's like, oh, so and so said you didn't change so and so's diaper, or so and so said that you didn't change the sheets on his bed after he pissed the bed. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I literally change that shit every fucking day, right? Like, you know I do that. And they're like, oh, well, we have to investigate every claim. And it's like, you're a fucking idiot. I told you, these idiots have it out for me for some fucking reason, just because I exist. I exist, and I'm a, fairly good-looking young man, while they're all a bunch of washed-up 400-pound women, right, that are all in their middle age, and are just mad at the world, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter, man. I'm just like stating it. That's why I quit, that field of work. And because here's the thing, retail sucks, but because I like the people that I work with and all that, I actually enjoy my job for the most part. And it keeps me really fucking active. My wife got me a Fitbit for my birthday this last year when I turned 31, and I was amazed that I usually walk 12 to 15 miles a day at work. 12 to 15 miles a day. I have no trouble staying shredded at this point now. Like, even when I'm big into bodybuilding and shit like that, and even when I was going to the gym 2 hours a day every fucking day of the week, I had trouble maintaining a six-pack just because of my genetics. I'm Nordic, and Nordic, Scandinavian people, you'll notice for the most part, do not have a six-pack. We hold fat around our belly. So it's hard for me, even when I'm quite lean, to have, like, a full six-pack. And right now, I got a fucking full six-pack because I just do so much cardio every day at work. I walk so much that I'm like, it's almost impossible for me to not be this lean. And I'm like, all right, I'll take it. I'm getting paid to work out every day. I don't really care too much about, like, getting super financially ahead. Like, I need to make more money, more money, more money. That's not how I live. I'm not a materialistic person. I already get to do what I enjoy. Just play video games, stream, hang out with my friends, work out, and, train MMA. I get to do all that shit. Thoughts on college? I didn't have much problems getting through it, but it also felt like I chose to not get the GI Bill because I hate school. I hated school in high school, and I'm just personally not. The way I look at it is anything, because I looked at going to college when I was joining the army. When I was joining the army, I was like, do I want the GI Bill? Because you have to elect into the GI Bill to get it, right? I was like, I came to the realization that anything that I would actually want to study is something that would never get me a job. Unless I went for, like, PhD level studies, and I don't want to. Because the kind of shit that I was interested in studying in college is history and philosophy and linguistics and like learning dead languages like Old Norse and classical Latin, stuff like that. Like, if y'all have ever seen Dr. Jackson Crawford on YouTube, that guy is fucking excellent. He used to be a professor of Old Norse and Ancient Germanic Studies at University of Colorado. He's wrote a couple books on ancient Norse language and culture and stuff. Really fucking cool shit. But see, I would have wanted to study stuff like that. I could give a fuck less about engineering and stuff like that. It's not something I would want to do. I'm a singer and an entertainer and a comedian and a fighter. Those are the things I enjoy doing. I like making jokes and being funny and talking about philosophy and fighting. Yeah, those are poverty interests until you spend 15 years studying it. But those are the things I'm interested in. I couldn't choose the things I was interested in, right? So I had a lot of pressure from certain people in my family that, like, if you're going to college, you need to go to college for engineering or something like that. And I'm like, I have no interest in those things. Right? But the problem is, it's the same way with a lot of alternative systems too. Yeah, it's the thing that, like, yes, it's unfortunate that capitalism is a shitty broken system, but also that we don't really have that the alternatives to capitalism suck in sometimes the same ways and sometimes far worse ways. Like, I'm very anti-communist for a lot of reasons. Maybe, a lot of it is due to the fact that I've had close friends and family who actually suffered under the Soviet Union, and that fought in wars against the Soviet Union. My family came from Sweden, and a lot of my family stayed in Sweden when my specific branch of the family came from Sweden. And we were latecomers to America. We weren't early adopters of immigration to America. Let's put it that way. My family's immigration was relatively recent in comparison to a lot. But anyways, I've got family that fought as Swedish volunteers with the Finnish in the Winter War. Communism is what kept my country from being a French colony, so I'm getting mixed feelings. Are you Syrian? I'm sorry, no, I'm just kidding. Mixed feelings, yes. I'm definitely against a lot of the neo-colonialism and shit like that. Or no, I'm kidding. You're probably Vietnamese. I grew up with a lot of Vietnam bros, and they were all cool as fuck. That's another thing. Like, I was discussing the Vietnam War with my wife, and I was like, it is, like, talk about a very unfortunate set of circumstances for every side involved. Especially considering the fact that originally Ho Chi Minh, before going to the communists, went to the Americans for help getting independence from the French, and America said, fuck you, no. And I was like, talk about, like, a womp womp moment. And also, I thoroughly enjoy the fact that the French got bodied at Dien Bien Phu. I have strong feelings about the French. Strong, not good feelings about the French. That's mostly jokes. I don't hate French people. I just think they smell funny and are pretentious. Having been to France several times, mostly passing through, fuck those people. They're pretentious. Hey, we don't have any food stand. Great bread they left behind, though. Yeah, and certain things they know how to eat. But here's the thing. I'm gonna give a hot nuclear take. Maybe it's just because I'm Bavarian on my mother's side, but I much prefer South German food. Now, don't get me wrong. North German food is awful. North German food is like English food. It's fucking bleh. But South German food, Catholic Germany, excellent food. Can't beat it. I like it better than French food. But then again, I love sausages and things like that over bread-based dishes. I've never been a big bread or pasta guy. I don't eat a lot of that kind of stuff. Most of the carbs that I get in my meals are from, like, sweet potatoes. Anyways, we should probably buy some food. Incoming anti-French... Oh no, anti-Prussian sentiment. ¿Por qué no los dos? ¿Por qué no los dos, mi amigo? Let's probably buy a few iron plates while we're here. We could just buy some hash. And I'm gonna go to the bar and buy some chow to store as well. We got some money, Arthur. We got some goddamn money, Arthur. Just buy all that meat. Some nice crispy meat. I'll throw most of it in storage, so we don't have to worry about it for a while. Can we actually just build straight up regular food storage now? Or is that gonna be... Oh, no, we got food store. Excellent. Yeah. That's probably one of my favorite, like, historical what-ifs, is what if it was, like, the Kingdom of Bavaria that founded the nation of Germany rather than the Prussians. That would be a wacky set of circumstances. This is one thing I don't like about this fucking chest mod. There we go. I'm also playing Kenshi. Hell yeah. Bavarian cream is the shit. That's one thing I absolutely wish we had here, is a good selection of, like, European restaurants. The only, like, really, like, European restaurant we have around here is a Spanish/Italian restaurant, which is never fucking open. It's open, like, 4 days a week for, like, 4 hours a day from, like, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. I'm like, I eat dinner early normally and go to bed super early. Like, why would I fucking go to this restaurant at this time? And we don't have a German restaurant at all. There's one thing I really miss about Fort Bragg. Before I dox anybody here. When I was at Fort Bragg, there was like a German bakery / restaurant right outside of base. Like, literally, if you went out one of the gates to base, it was right there. Oh yeah, I don't drink dark German beers. Even when I drank, because I don't drink at all anymore. I'm a teetotaler at this point. But even when I did drink beer, I drank light German beers like Kristallweisens. Kristallweisen is probably my favorite. But anyways, there's an old Bavarian lady that ran this restaurant, and once she found out that I'm half Bavarian, we were best friends. Like, immediately, right? And she made the best Wiener Schnitzel and Sauerbraten every Saturday. It was one of those small restaurants that they had a very limited menu, right? They only served, like, 2 different meals, like 2 different things on the menu each meal. And so you had, like, a rotating thing. So, like, on Saturdays, we would go there on Saturday afternoons for Sauerbraten, and oh, it's to die for. I would literally kill a man with my bare hands for more of that Sauerbraten. It was so good. Ugh. Anyways, before I get myself hungry for food that is not possible for me to have here, one thing I am super happy for, we recently got a poutine restaurant here. Now, you know, another part of my family is Quebecois, French Canadian, right? My grandmother, the one I was saying I ended up eventually inheriting this land from, her father was from Quebec. And my grandma used to make poutine when I was a kid, because cheese curds were cheap, and potatoes for making homemade French fries were cheap. And oh my god, but this poutine restaurant, okay, they got like 20 different kinds of poutine. They have a German themed poutine that has sliced up bratwurst and sauerkraut and Bavarian dark mustard. Excellent. Now, I'm going to have to stop you there, Dothlos, because as a proud Washingtonian, we have the best cannabis, not the Canadians. I'm sorry. It's just the facts. I don't make the rules. I just enforce them. I'm sorry. Sorry to tell you. that Washington has the best. Washington and Oregon have the best cannabis in the world. And this you're talking to somebody who's smoked hash in Baghdad. Unintentionally. Unintentionally smoked hash out of a hookah in Baghdad with some fucking random Iraqi dudes. Let me tell you something. After that day on patrol, I never puffed out of a hookah that some fucking random old man on the side of the street would hand me the hose to ever again. Let me tell you something on that. Hoo hoo. Luckily, thank God, that so at that point in the time that I was in Iraq, we were getting ready to supposedly pull out of the country, and we were getting ready to turn over the big base in Baghdad over to the Iraqis. So we had closed down the chow halls. We had closed down our chow halls, so we were living off of MREs. And let me tell you something. After I'm puffing on nicotine and the old dude Weed Lamau over here. I literally have a recreational shop down the street from my house because I live in a conservative area. All right, even though Washington, as we say it, as us locals say it, Washington is a very pro-cannabis state, even in the more conservative areas. The city council of the actual town that I live next to, not in, but next to, said no, we don't want a recreational cannabis store in our city. So they just built it outside of city limits, which happens to be about 1.5 miles down the road from my house. So I get the vape cartridges every now and then when I'm feeling spry. But I was a smoker for a long time. I came from a family of smokers. And I started smoking when I was like 14. Smoking ciggies. So a couple years ago, I started tapering down the cigarettes and slowly replaced it with the vape, with the nicotine vape. And now I just do the nicotine vape. And kind of slowly over time toning that down too, because I had a pretty severe nicotine addiction. That's life though, you know. I didn't know any better when I was a kid, and it somehow, even when I was smoking a pack of fucking ciggies a day though, I still had like a 12-minute 2-mile run time. I got champion lungs. I got them triathlete lungs. And I'm like, I don't want to squander that, right? I'm like prohibition, right? And consider moving it to, they got a good medical system. Yeah, I always joked that like the biggest critics of the recreational legalization laws were weed dealers. Oh, excuse me. Ooh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Rather impolite. I didn't hear that burp sneaking up on me. But anyways, I think in some ways I kind of preferred when it was just a medically allowed state, because it was still very, very cheap. You could get, under $10 a gram prices around here for very high quality stuff. And then when the legalization first hit and the taxes were super, super high on it, you were paying suddenly fucking $30 a gram for, yeah, really good weed, but, still, no one wants to pay that shit. Now, luckily, over time, the prices from the legal dispensaries came down. However, it put good, honest weed dealers out of business. This was my joke. Always like, yeah, I used to be the neighborhood weed man. Everybody called me for their weed, and now they go to the corporate dispensary. Putting small business owners out to pasture. Of course, I'm joking. I would much rather it be sold out of legally regulated stores where the tax revenue goes to pay for schools and shit around here. But it does make a good fucking joke. But But yeah, even though I'm a fairly socially conservative person, I'm actually all for full recreational legalization of cannabis. I'm not a libertarian when it comes to other drugs. I don't think like we should have legal recreational meth because that's fucking insane. Um, and the recent decriminalization of pretty much all hard drugs in Oregon has been walked back significantly already because it turned out to be, wow, a really bad idea. But when it comes to the old jazz cigarettes, the old Johnny Red Eye, the old laser lettuce, I'm all for it. Doesn't fucking hurt anybody. It's safer than tobacco by a massive margin, as far as I'm concerned. And people will say, like, oh, well, we don't have the studies to prove that. And I'm like, yeah, no, I think it's... Let me put it this way. I would be more for the prohibition of alcohol than I would ever be for the actual prohibition of cannabis. It's fucking ridiculous. Alcohol is far more dangerous and damaging to people than marijuana. Oh yeah, have you heard some people say that you shouldn't say marijuana because it's supposedly racist? I'm like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? That is one of the coldest fucking takes I've ever heard. It's literally just how people say it in Spanish. Everybody I know that speaks Spanish, which is a lot of people because there's a lot of Hispanics in my area, a lot of Mexican Americans and Guatemalan Americans and Salvadoran Americans and shit like that in my area. That's what they all call it. All right, it's not fucking racist to call it by its name in Spanish. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's basically because you're a white person saying that. White people can't. You don't no white people speak Spanish. No güeros hablas español. Like, it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, yeah, it's not like it's a European language or anything. You fucking idiots. I have also heard people say, like, literally, like, Twitter liberals. That's what I'm gonna start calling them, is Twitter liberals. Say that white people shouldn't speak Spanish, and I'm like, perdóname, idiotas. Chupa mi verga, chupa mis huevos, idiotas, estúpidos. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Though, I will say this is my funniest experience with learning Spanish. All right, like I said before, my dad was for a very short time a cop. During an era where being a cop around here was like living in the fucking Wild West. Perdona, ¿qué dices de los españoles? Hablo un poquito de español, pero hablo más portugués. But yeah, imagine it. Caught you? You caught me? Uh-oh. You caught white boy, fucking up his Spanish. But no, as I was saying, my dad had this little cop book of, like, Spanish phrases for police work. And my little 8-year-old ass. God, dude, I get it. Some cops are assholes. True. Oh, you're from Spain, dude? Nice. But, yes, I was talking about, yeah. I figured, Español de España. Okay, yeah, if we want to be specific. But yeah, my dad had this little cop Spanish pamphlet book because, a lot of Mexican Americans here. And my 8-year-old ass learned how to say bend over and spread your ass cheeks with your hands in Spanish. And I started repeating it all the time. I learned how to say inclinese separe sus nalgas con sus manos. And, yeah, I learned a lot of Spanish when I was younger. You know, American Spanish, but I didn't really use it for a long time. I think Español. Let's go. Yeah, true. I've actually, my wife and I are actually planning on making a trip to Spain and Portugal sometime in the next few years, though, because my wife is definitely from the more Portuguese end of being Brazilian. As I joke, like one of my buddies from work, I mentioned offhand that my wife was Brazilian, and so he's like, "Oh yeah, cool," you know. And then he came over to my house one time, because I was selling him a shotgun. Thank you, thank you. I definitely plan on. My wife is more, more womanly, wanting to see the cities and stuff like that, and I'm like, I want to see all the old medieval castles and stuff like that because that's my interest, you know. But anyways, um, my buddy came over and he pulled me aside the next day at work and he was like, "I'm not gonna lie, dude. I thought your wife would be brown." Because, Americans assume everybody that's from Brazil is pardo or preto, brown or black, you know. And my wife's whiter than me, in a lot of ways. Dark hair as opposed to me being blonde, but people just hear Brazilian and they're like, "Oh, she's white." Like, yes, there's white people in Brazil, dude. Lots of old buildings. Yeah, she wants to go to She's spent some time in Spain, before, and I've spent lots of time in Europe over the years. But she wants to go to Madrid again, and I would like to, you know, Ay, Dios mío, Dios mío. Ah, está muy caliente in here. It's hot as fuck in here for some reason. Probably because I'm wearing a hoodie. Bene, molto bene. That's Italian. Anybody speak Swedish here? Tala svenska? Pendejo. Yeah, you really want to get somebody a Spanish. You have to say things that I literally could not say on Twitch because I would get toss banned. Trolling. Rolling and trolling. Oh my god. Thinking of such. Is anybody else here, like, very familiar with Chris Chan? And that whole debacle. Let's talk about Chris Chan, gentlemen. Oh my god. Y'all been keeping up with that shit? La bomba. I will say one thing though, man. Spanish food slaps. Does not get enough credit. Pendejo literally means pubic hair, doesn't it? If we're going into like Chris Chan like Chris Chan, like the guy who made Sonic comics and is now in prison for screwing his 80-some-year-old mother. But the madre is saying something's cool. See, Spanish slang is a lot different than slang in Mexican Spanish too, though, because like we say cacheton all the time, like Simon cacheton, all the time, all the time. Hey Simon cacheton, when something's cool. Or like the one that gets me is Brazilian slang. In Brazilian slang, that when you're saying like right on, instead of saying like Sim or Simon, you say legal, like legal. Like, literally, legal. Like, that's legal, man. Like, what? That's a fucking insane slang term. If I'm trying to say something's cool, I'm not gonna be like, "Oh, dude, that's hella legal, dude." It's fucking off the wall, man. Fucking ridiculous. I'm losing my goddamn mind today, boys. Legal. Make sure to sell off the last of our Fogman heads here. We're back up to 40k here. We're doing pretty good on the money department. That's good, that's good. However, let's see. What are we actually able to build right now as far as like stuff in here? Because I'm thinking I want to put like some idle training stuff so that we can start beefing the boys up and especially beefing up Beep. All right. Put a primitive weight bench in there. Punching bag this is important. Punching bag is important so we can level Dex. So we can level Beep's Dex specifically. It's like talk with the girls, women to yeah. It's fuck it. I love learning slang from other languages because most of the time when you start learning a language, nobody teaches you the slang. Nobody teaches you the shit people say on like a daily basis. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's gonna tell you that shit. But that's the shit you really want to learn. Ligando. Como eres? Da, 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 da. Naughty boys in here. Naughty boys today. We got Beep back. Nice. Beep is going to be such a smart boy. Look, he's already at 36 science. Almost 37 science. He lost his legs. Oh, ¿por qué? ¿Por qué? Beep. Mijo. ¿Por qué? Yeah, you better give him like the fucking Speedy Boy legs so he doesn't get fucking schwacked again. But anyways, gentlemen, thank you so much for all coming out today. My ass is sweating. I'm getting hot. Porque maldito. I thank you all so much for coming out. All the new followers that came out today, everybody that came and hung out, old and new. Appreciate it. I will be streaming tomorrow. I'm thinking either some more Kenshi or maybe some RimWorld. Oh, I'm going to be taking a shower for sure. I'm going straight to the shower after this. But I don't know when we'll be starting tomorrow. So if I catch y'all tomorrow, also I appreciate the follow. I'm going to have to tongue twister your name here. Darla. You're Darla now. Thanks for the follow, Darla. Appreciate it. I will catch y'all later. Have a good one. And y'all better come back. Because I'm in your walls. I'm watching. Jesus, man. Jesus Cristo. Or in Brazilian Portuguese, Jesus Cristo. Jesus Cristo. Alright, I'll catch y'all later. Bye-bye.